But I was very impressed this morning, Deputy Speaker. We found that the children, for the first time, on the issue of the G20, the children are going to put their name also there, their resolutions, which is critical because you know very well that the revolutions in the world, they were started by children. So they are going to have the space there. But what is also important is the issue of the developmental impact. Ultimately, to observe and measure whether our collective work is changing the lives on the ground as a team, to look at the objective facts on the ground. And then after we've looked at the objective facts, and then what we must answer, how are we going to resolve that? Not how the NCOP is going to resolve that, not how the legislature is going to resolve that, not how the municipalities are going. As a collective of the South African people, we must work. This is our moment across all the street space of government to deepen our partnership, to learn from each other, to hold ourselves and one another accountable, to recommit to the building municipalities that are capable, ethical, and developmental. Let's use this week to listen, to learn, to lead. Let us engage with open minds and open hearts. Let us remember that every intervention, every recommendations, every oversight visit is ultimately measured by the improvement it brings to the lives of our people. The dignity restored, the opportunity created, the trust rebuilt. In the end, we are sure and entrusted by our community to serve with humility, with diligence, and unwavering resolve. As we embark on this important week, let us remember one of the Secretary Generals of the United Nations, Kofi Annan, who once said, "The world is not ours to keep. We hold it in trust for future generations," unquote. So, this, we don't own the Free State. We don't own South Africa. We are just holding it in trust for the future generations. It means that our grandchildren, when they reflect on this provincial week, they must say that they were men and women in the Free State who took our issue so serious in such a way that at the end of the day, they're providing solutions instead of putting each other out. May our stewardship over the Free State, over its municipalities, over its resources and its people reflect this trust. May our actions this week set a new benchmark for service delivery, accountability, and hope. With these remarks, I therefore declare the provincial week program officially open. Municipalities our people deserve. I thank you, So, without further ado, let's go back to the program. As I said that I just opened, and then I just had my opening remarks, so that you must know that what I'm going to deal with. So what I'll do here, I'll request that are there any apologies which were provided so that we can adopt this agenda as it is? Are there any apologies which were? Yes, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and good morning to everybody in today's meeting. Chair, we have the apology of the Speaker, who unfortunately had a prior meeting which started at 7 and where he's expected to give a presentation. We had presumed that by 9 o'clock he would be done, so he's a bit held up. Thank you.
Thank you. On the side of the Executive Council, I know that we've got 10 MCs. By my last count, we are 10.
Thank you very much, Chair. We have an apology of the Premier, which the office will also should have forwarded a written apology. She's at G20. Yes.
Thank you, MEC. Chair of Chairs, definitely we have 30 legislature members. I see the two of you.
Chair, although those apologies were not forwarded to us, but it is important to indicate that we having the program of the legislature unfolding at the same time as this NCOP program. And in our own understanding, we said the list we must not fail, that the representatives must be here. I was expecting the chairperson of the relevant portfolio committee. But I'm sure you'll agree with me that given his experience, he will always see the need to be part of this program, Dr. Jackelson, and we appreciate that he's able to make time. But the rest of other members, they are locked up in other programs, Chair. I can even tell you as well, I thought the Speaker will forward that apology because every time when NCOP comes, when N8 comes, it brought us on our program and we've got to change it. We have a lineup of the chairperson's panel meeting today and the presiding officer's meeting sitting. I'm sure the Deputy Speaker was going to quietly give you an apology to release us come that time.
No, thanks a lot, Chair of Chairs, Mr. Meko. I think that it proves that the Free State is at work. It's good that the people are doing the jobs which they are supposed to be doing. So really, we really like to welcome the apologies which are provided here, because it shows that the intergovernmental relations framework is working. We cannot do anything unless the official welcomed at home.
Also joined by Honorable Jankelson. The leadership from SALGA, representatives from the Office of the AG, executive mayors and municipal managers, if they are here, and all other HODs that are present today. Leadership from senior government officials, distinguished guests and gentlemen. Good morning. As a disclaimer, which has already been noted in the apologies, for record purposes, Chair, I would just like for the meeting to note that we do request to be released. At 10 o'clock, we also have our own presiding officers meeting. So I think after the welcoming remarks, we'll then request that you excuse us, as was explained prior. It is, however, my honor and privilege to welcome all of you to the Free State Legislature as we officially commence the work of the 2025 Provincial Week under the national theme, Building Viable Municipalities for Enhanced Delivery of Basic Services to our communities. Provincial Week is one of the most important constitutional mechanisms through which Parliament, together with provinces, strengthens accountability. It also promotes cooperative governance and ensures that our municipalities remain at the center of service delivery, as already alluded by the chairperson of NCOP. As the sphere closest to the people, local government carries the hopes, frustrations, and daily lived realities of our communities. It is therefore fitting that this week is dedicated to assessing, to monitoring, and also finding solutions to the challenges that hinder efficient service delivery to our people. Today's program sets the tone for the week ahead. We will begin by receiving a comprehensive briefing from COCTA on measures to strengthen service delivery across the province, and the Office of the Auditor General on the state of municipalities and the interventions required to bring stability, efficiency, and accountability to the local sphere. Over the next few days, Chair, our delegations will also disperse across the districts of Thabo Mfutsanyana, Sitsoto, Ngetwane, Dihlabeng, Mansupa, Phumelela, and Mangaung Metro to conduct on-site inspections, but also most importantly, Chair, it is also to engage with our communities, evaluate infrastructure projects, and interrogate the systemic constraints that affect water, that affect sanitation, road infrastructure, waste management, and financial governance. And I'm sure the AG would be happy to hear this. This oversight, therefore, is not just ceremonial. It is our constitutional mandate and obligation. Colleagues, we meet at a time when the state of several municipalities, especially here in the Free State, still remains fragile, unfortunately. Some affected by aging infrastructure, others by persistent government failures, financial distress, and declining revenue. Yet we also meet at a time of opportunity where cooperation between spheres of government can genuinely accelerate delivery, restore public trust, and rebuild the institutional capacity of our municipalities. The work we undertake this week must therefore be intentional. It must also be solution-orientated and anchored in the lived experiences of our communities, as you had said, Chair. Our oversight must be firm, it must be fair and focused on measurable impact. The findings we compile and the recommendations we adopt will form part of the national assessment to be presented to the NCOP during the joint virtual sitting, and that will be held on Friday. Let us then approach this task with unity of purpose. Let us be guided not by political lines, but by the urgent need to restore the dignity to the people of the Free State. Those who will wait for clean water, functioning sewer systems, reliable electricity, proper roads, and responsive governance structures. So on behalf of the Free State Legislature, on behalf of the Speaker of the Free State Legislature, Honorable Mxolisi Dukwana, I wish to extend our appreciation to all participants and stakeholders for availing yourselves for this critical program. Chair, I trust that our engagements over the coming days will be robust, honest, and ultimately transformative. I therefore thank you and officially welcome you to the 2025 Provincial Week in the Free State Legislature. NgesiXhosa sithi izinja zethu sizivalele, khululekani, namkelekile Free State. I thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker of the Legislature. And then, thank you, MEC. This is not a formal youth league meeting, please. All right, without further ado, perhaps you might be wondering why I'm chairing this meeting. The person who's supposed to chair this meeting is Honorable Mapule Dlamini, who is the provincial whip for the Free State in the NCOP. Honorable Mapule Dlamini is not in the country. She is in Brazil attending COP20, because that's what we believe on as the NCOP, is that, as Maya Angelou said some other time, do the best you can until you know better. And when you know better, do better. We'll expect to Honorable Mapule, when she comes back here, she'll be better than what she was before she went to Brazil. So I think that's going to be a learning curve for her. Without further ado, because we are rushing the program, we have to go to Thabo Mfusanyana, and then the apologies are noted, Deputy Speaker and Chair of Chairs. Also appreciate Honorable Roy for availing himself as the chairperson of the committee. So now I'd like to revert to the MEC for Kokta, because umcimbi wakhe lo isizenga abomasipala abakhe. So asive kuyena ukuthi usiphatheleni.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to honorable members, the NCOP, including our permanent delegates, members of the provincial legislature, the chair of Salga, mayors that are trickling into the meeting, Honorable MEC Mbalula. Chair, I'm with the COCTA team, which is led by the acting HOD. HOD Ramakarani just went through the eye surgery or operation. He still can see, but he's not able really to spend a lot of time on our screens and the paperwork, so he will be back to work. So that the pathway is an acting HOD. If he can raise his hands for those who don't know him, so that we can know him. Is together with the team, and we will have a designated person to deal with the presentation as requested. We are, Chair. Oh, okay. We are, Chair, requested to present on the state of municipalities in the province. Many of us will know that from the National Assembly Portfolio Committee that was here, that we have got municipalities that are facing challenges like most in the country. We are battling with making sure that all municipalities are positioned to be in a state where unhindered service delivery is provided to our people as per the stipulated constitutional mandate. We will be presenting a report that speaks to this particular aspect. We will also, Chair, be speaking to the general stability, politically and otherwise, in the province, which is key for any municipality to function properly. Our report also will speak, Chair, to how we are doing in terms of the intervention on the challenged infrastructure. This will be in terms of the MIG, which we are monitoring on monthly basis as a province, including to release a monthly bulletin or a statement where we take it to the public in terms of the spending, the implication thereof, in terms of the short-term job creation, as well as really changing the lived experience of our people. We Chair will also speak to the state of finances of the municipality. We're happy that the office of the AG is here. Wherein in the province, Chair, we happen to be, we had about 2 municipalities that did not submit their AFS on time. We are now reduced to 1. That one is Maluti Apofu. We will indicate that they will be submitting by the end of this month. We have been sitting with that municipality on weekly basis to make sure that an improved quality AFS are submitted. And Chair, they are being prepared internally, as opposed to a number of municipalities where consultants are being used, and with ourselves leading the initiative to work with them based on the milestones that they will have set for themselves. We are quite ready for the submission to be made, and we believe that if all things work out in the manner in which we have prepared together with the municipality, we should be able to pull them out of the disclaimer. We have been working with a team from the provincial treasury, which has also made a great input, and then most of us will know where Maluti comes from in relation to this particular aspect. Chair, we have indicated in the previous occasions that part of what we prioritized was the political stability in the province, particularly at the level of the elected leadership. We continue to reduce the numbers, where in most of our municipalities are stable, except what we've begun to see in Mohokaro recently, as well as the challenges that we have in Nala, which we believe are stabilizing. Nala is under 139, where EXCO recently has just tightened the terms of the intervention to make sure that we do not allow any other obstacle to stand in the way of the intervention, which we are still committed. It should be as short as possible so that we can allow the elected leadership of the municipality to proceed. Like I said, Mohokari, we have had recently to deal with the issue of an illegal removal of an acting MM, wherein the matters had to be ventilated in the court. This was after some of the elected leaders will have been engaged and advised and warned that we should not do things that will deteriorate the situation further in a municipality that is heavily grant dependent and disruptive to the provision of service delivery. There is a motion of no confidence on the mayor today that the council is expected to ventilate. Machabeng is under 1395 in terms of the financial recovery plan is finalized, tabled in council. It has to be implemented. We've got the next NCOP there. Also, whose terms place them at the level where enforceability of the intervention is not an issue for negotiation. Machabeng also does not have the MM. We are working with them to make sure that proper processes are followed in terms of the appointment of the MM. Chair, we're sitting with the biggest risk under Ngwate, which has been taken to court and is facing the potential already a judgment of a dissolution in terms of the case that involved AfriForum and the municipality. The matter is now escalated to the Constitutional Court in terms of what the municipality has indicated in their appeal document. We have allowed that particular process as government so that it can be ventilated and resolved even at the highest court. We, however, as a provincial government, are preparing for the required intervention to attend to the issues that will have been raised by the judgment, irrespective of which direction it takes, Chair. There are a couple of municipalities that the provincial government will also be placing under 139, which will be Masilonyane as well as Nketwane, because of the challenges that are there, so that we stabilize them. We had indicated our reluctance to step in, but when there's a need for us to step in, we've got to do so to stabilize, in particular, the issue of the water provision and the administration in Masilonyane. We will have intervened in terms of the provision of the NCOP compliant financial systems to make sure that Masilonyane operates and transacts within the proper systems, but however challenges continues, we will be dealing with them. I've alluded to just at the high level some of the challenges we are faced with, but there's also a glimpse of the good work that we are witnessing in the province, with a number of our municipalities being stabilized, focusing on the real issues of service delivery and continued efforts on the issue of the provision of basic service deliveries, stabilization of the issues of the bulk services, including the issues of the third parties, where most of our municipalities that were in trouble in terms of the water boards and ESCOM, there's a bit of improvement in that regard, and we're quite happy, except of course the issues of Machabeng, which we think the financial recovery plan will come in quite handy. We were happy even with the presence of MEC Mbalola, because we are working together with municipalities in terms of their TRPs to stabilize the state of the roads in our municipalities, which was also troublesome. And we can indicate, Chair, that the intervention that the provincial government has also done in Maluti Apofun on the improvement of the roads, we are nearing completion, despite some of the challenges that will have arisen on the resource front. The major arteries in the area of Kwakwa will have been stabilized, repaired. We are getting into Harrismith to deal with that particular challenge. We are happy with Dihlaben, that is a construction site, Mukaka, and quite a few municipalities where township roads are being improved. And later, Ms. Mbalula will indicate how, working with Sandral, will be dealing with the state of our roads. Particularly those that happens to be carrying, trucks of, heavy tonnage that are very devastating to the municipal conditions. You will see, Chair, that in terms of the collection rate, we're still not doing well, with average about 8 or 10 of our municipalities above 50%. But we'll see some of what will have historically been troubled municipalities, their collection rate has gone a little bit higher. We need to work more to make sure that we improve the situation, as the issue of revenue generation and collection is one of the bigger challenges, and we're intervening in that space to make sure that municipalities can do well. We do have vacancies at the senior management level, Chair, with some of which it's really municipalities taking their time, but some of them is lack of adherence to the process in terms of the recruitment of the senior management, where we are quite firm and insistent that proper, qualified, capable, and committed senior managers have got to be employed in municipalities to avoid what will have been the wreckage by people who will have claimed that they're committed to serve our people at an officials level, but they cause quite a lot of harm. We have been indicating to municipalities that work one calls a U-turn in relation to this, really underpinned by challenges of what we call poverty multiplication, particularly when create a new municipality in Clarib, in terms of sustainability and issues of its ability to stand on its own and provide service delivery to our people. Have requested the report which we are required to be provided with from the demarcation board as to what will have been the key guiding aspects. That has not been submitted neither to ourselves or to the National Treasury. National Treasury is also in the U-turn, and EXCO is almost at the point of adding its voice to the fact that this matter either be deferred or be abandoned because we don't believe that proper work was done in this regard. We understand the issues that we're trying to resolve, Chair, but there are fundamentals that are not really coming up in terms of the required report. My last statement, Chair, we have also engaged with the DWS in relation to the challenges of infrastructure in the areas that we know of Machabeng and other areas whereby there's a coordinated intervention led by the Office of the Premier, the Office of the Minister, to make sure that we fight with the issues of water and sanitation, including the issues of electricity, because the issue of revenue generation is a big problem on the electricity side. We have seen it giving Mafube serious problems where the municipality is not deriving any revenue from that particular aspect, but also all of our municipalities, which is the point that Salga will relate to as well. Is that when ESCOM was allowed to enter through the prepaid market in many of our areas, they really took the municipal infrastructure, the transmission network, and most of our municipalities are not really getting any real value. The initiatives by the minister in terms of issue of electricity, the ring-fencing of resources generated, them managing this on behalf of municipalities and so on, has been stalled by National Treasury in an effort to make sure that municipalities are not hard done by on this particular aspect. We are exploring alternative avenues to work with municipalities like Maluti, as well as the ones that are high urban concentration, on issues of alternative electricity, including alternative sewer infrastructure, where we can move the required speed as we see the expansion in terms of the settlements, some of them informal, like you see in Mangau, where we are duty bound and obligated, Chair, by law and conscience to make sure that we do make provision for our people to have a decent living. So with your permission, Chair, I know I've taken a little bit longer. I will request that we hand over to the HOD and the person designated in terms of the report that's prepared. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mukwena. I think, as you said, that we are just giving your office around 30 minutes, and then he can take over, and then for the next 17 minutes, and then so that the members can. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me just acknowledge in the presence of the Deputy Speaker of the Legislature, Chairperson, and members of the NCOP, MECs present, members and leaders of the Provincial Legislature, the Chairperson of Salga, the Order of AGSA, and colleagues. My team, Chair, if you allow, because they all going to have a role. Next to me, they'll just raise their hands, is Ntate Zolile Lobi, Chief Director, Integrated Support. He will lead the presentation. And next to him, Ntate Ben Seri. And next to him is Ntate Floyd Abrahams, Acting Director, Municipal Finance. Ntate Mashilo Tuna, I just skipped him. Is the Director Municipal Infrastructure, will talk about MIC, and Ntate Abrams will talk about the finances of the municipality. I have Mel Zianda Kokozela, the Director, Water and Sanitation from DWS, and I also have Ntate Mpomunyama, Director, Infrastructure Development. Our presentation, without any further ado, as it will be led by the Chief Director, Ntate Lobi, It will be addressing the state of municipalities and measures to improve. That's the first presentation, and the other one, this one is giving an overarching status quo because it's a bird eye view, and I thought the MEC has already covered quite a mile with regard to this. So the second one will be the one which is specifically directed to Thabo Mofutshanyana, but I think that the lobby can lash the horse. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to members of the NCOP, honorable MECs, and colleagues. Chair, I don't know if we'd have a way to move the presentation, but I believe that members would have been given that. Oh, it looks like we do, Chair. Chair, my HOD has already indicated, MEC could have gone mostly in terms of what is the state of the municipalities. We were requested to make a presentation in terms of state of municipalities in the Free State, and maybe with a particular zoom to Thabo Mofutshanyana. Our presentation, Chairperson, would be premised on the following pillars, which are basis of assessment of the municipal performance or the state of municipalities province, which would be political environment and political management, the pillar of putting people first, the basic services, how they are provided, good governance, sound financial management, building capable local government institutions, and the LED, Chairperson. And then towards the end, Chair, will look and engage on measures that are put into place to assist municipalities to turn around and improve their performance. And then we'll briefly talk about the conclusion. Chair, the legislative framework of our presentation, like we say, we are basing our presentation on an objective and an honest evaluation and assessment of the performance of municipalities. This would be derived from different legislative frameworks, Chair. Section 105 of the Municipal Systems Act prescribed for the MEC to do an assessment on the performance of municipalities. And then Section 106 thereof would say, in a case that MEC would identify challenges, then as Chairperson would also have said, in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution, which directs both national and provincial government to, through a legislative or any other means, enhance the capacity of municipalities to perform. So this is the premise of the relationship. And Chair, also we derive our relationship with the municipalities from Chapter 3 of the Constitution, which directs intergovernmental relations. So those are the bases. And when we go to the municipalities, Chair, we also appreciate that the relationship of municipalities to the communities would be determined from Section 152 of the Constitution under the heading of objects of local government, which directs municipalities, amongst others, to provide sustainable services to the community. So our assessment will be based on that. Are municipalities living to the expectation of the Constitution or not? So that is the introduction to our presentation, Chairperson. And we are saying, as the province, we have the responsibility to constantly monitor the performance and how municipalities are performing in terms of this. But like Chair would have said earlier, not only in a punitive way, but in terms of how do we come into the party and assist municipalities in a spirit of cooperative governance. Chair, when we look into the political environment of the municipalities in the Free State, would make a reflection, like MEC says, that generally you've got stable political environment within the Free State, albeit there would be challenges here and there. And the intervention would be through either the Section 139, which obliges the province to say where there are challenges, then you not only monitor and support, but you also intervene in terms of bringing better governance to the community. Chair, Nala municipality, because of the internal political issues within the municipality, has been placed under Section 139 by the Provincial Executive Committee with the intention of stabilizing the administrative and political situation there. The political crisis in Nala would have led to service delivery issues and constraints. So the province, in order to rectify the situation, would have invoked Section 139 and appointed an administrator to bring stability to the municipality, but basically to provide sustainable services. The municipality chair, looking into the political stability, what we realize is that the municipality does not live to the expectation of the Systems Act, which says that at least municipality would meet 4 times in a year. Rather than that, they would meet normally on a special council arrangement. So it's identified as a red flag in terms of political stability. Chair. Mohokare, as MEC would have indicated earlier, today there is supposed to be a motion of no confidence against the mayor. The municipality is stable in terms of meeting regularly, but because of the problem that ensued in Mohokare, where there was an illegal removal of the acting municipal manager, and then the MEC having intervened by requesting the court to do the interpretation and reading the law to the municipality. So that is the red flag in terms of the instability there. Machabe municipality chair, in terms of creating a stable political arrangement, we flagged the issue that the absence of the accounting officer who resigns in 2024 might be causing some administrative issues, but the municipality is in the process of rectifying that and appointing an accounting officer. Mwate municipality chair, Mwate, like MEC has indicated, would have been taken to court, and there is a court ruling that Mwate should be disestablished in line with section 1391B of the Constitution. The municipality in their right has appealed the decision, and like MEC is saying, as the department and the provincial executive, the situation has been given to the court to express a final verdict as the final arbiter. Chair, in terms of building capable local government, this one we focus, Chairperson, in terms of how administratively the municipality is stable. Because the belief is that if the municipalities are stable and are professionalized, then there would be a consistency and the communities would be provided services. Chair, in Kopano, Mohokare, Litsemeng, and Mafube, we've got a challenge where administrative impasse, it would affect administrative impasse, it would affect the performance of the municipality. Much of the municipality chair, as indicated, since the resignation of the municipal manager in 2024, they have been appointing acting municipal managers, and at some stage, their prerogative to appoint the acting municipal manager would have been exceeded, and they would need the concurrence or the permission of the MEC to second to them the acting municipal manager. The MEC is vested with that process, and like now, as a result of the administrative challenges and all that, they are under section 1395 ANC, which is the financial recovery plan. So it's a complete administrative package that is provided to Machabe municipality to assist the stability of the municipality chair. Nala municipality chair, we believe as the department that the continued absence of the director for corporate services would also deepen the impasse in terms of administrative stability. MEC would have earlier seconded somebody to act in that capacity, but the intervention has been the secondment of the acting municipal manager, the administrator in terms of section 139, but also seconding people to act in those in the section 56 positions in line with section 154 of the Constitution. So it's the support to the municipality. Chair Malutia Pofun, they, except for the municipal manager, which is a section 57 appointee, all their section 56 positions are vacant. But the municipality is in the process of filling those. The latest is that they have done they are in the process of doing the shortlisting, and they're in the process of also verifying the credentials of those that would have applied. And one of the processes of stabilizing administration in Malutia Pofung is that they are managing the dissolution of the MAP water and integrating those employees into the bigger institution of Malutia Pofung municipality. Setoto and Tuguluho municipalities chair respectively, the chief financial officer's positions are still vacant. Setoto have done the shortlisting process, and Tuguluho municipality, because the then CFO's contract would have expired, they have advertised the position. We as COCTA are providing the technical support to them in terms of filling that position, Chair. So the other problem is that with municipalities that do not have municipal managers and CFOs, the challenge is that you find it very difficult to do the rollover application, because part of the conditions is that without permanent CFO and MMs, there is no justification to say if you do roll over, then the expenditure would be fine and the financial management would be correctly applied, Chairperson. The SMEC would have indicated, Chair, one of the critical problems with the vacant administrative positions is that most of the municipalities would have gone more than 6 months without filling those Section 56 positions, in particular the two strategic ones being the municipal manager and the chief financial officer. So the problem is that, like we say, MEC has indicated it might be as a result of the municipality either taking long to fill the positions, and then it kicks them out of the municipal staff regulations process, because it's clearly determined here between the period of declaring the vacancy and doing the shortlisting. There's a particular period and timeframes and punctuations that should be filled. So municipalities, more often than usual, it's either they are caught where in the validity period of the advertised period would have lapsed, or they would not have done due diligence in terms of filling that. And then it places the MEC in a position where he would be reluctant to grant concurrence in terms of Regulation 17 of the municipal staff regulations, because the MEC would do the tick box to check if municipalities have done due diligence and everything is ticking the box. But as the department, we are supporting the municipalities, and we're saying the intervention process would be, we engage in the support from the formative stage of the process. We shouldn't only come at the tail end, so that we do not do what they call repeat job. And then on good governance, Chair, part of the challenges, like my HOD has requested, on the state of finances of municipalities, we are going to request and Dr. Floyd Abrams just to talk to that, which would give an indication of the financial sustainability of municipalities. Floyd?
No, thank you, Chief Director Lobe. And then you know that for any institution to survive, it depends upon the status of the finances. Actually, there are a lot of things which are coming out of that. I've never seen Honorable Jockelson that a municipality can have a negative collection of services. I don't understand that, but I think you'll take us through what is happening there. Or zero correction. So there's something wrong. Honorable MEC. Right, over to you, Mr. Pro.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to all the honorable members and officials. The state of municipal finance, in terms of the arrears pension, there's an outstanding amount of 353 million. But if you can just indicate the amounts, sorry, Chairperson, in terms of the arrears pension, the amount is 353 million. And if you can see on the presentation that Kopanong and Mokari did not report any outstanding amounts, in which we doubt, but they didn't report to the LG database. But maybe I must just indicate that municipalities is obliged to report the financial, in terms of Section 71 of the MFMA, the financial state of affairs to the provincial treasury on the GoMune system. So that system closes 10 working days. It's aligned to the time frame in terms of the MFMA by closing 10 working days after the end of each month, and then it closes, and then you are not allowed to report any amounts on the systems. That's where you see negative amounts. Municipalities are not allowed to report after that reporting date. So like I've said, in terms of the rear pensions, Kopanong and Mokari did not report, but you will see for Nala, Setsoto, and the other municipalities, it's fairly low amounts. The only material amounts is for Mangaung, Machabeng, and then Mafube. In terms of the arrears for SARS payments, the material amounts is also for Mangaung, Machabeng, and then the other amounts is more fairly low and controllable. In terms of the water boards, you will see that there's 13 municipalities outstanding in terms of the water boards. So most of the local, that is now of the local municipalities. In some of these municipalities, it's also outstanding DWS amounts, which is, I think, under Mafube is DWS amounts, and then under Tswelopile is the Sunfed water scheme that is not being paid there. For Eskom, it's all the local municipalities is outstanding with Eskom. Yeah, that and then in terms of the collection rate, I think the MEC has already indicated that there is some improvements for some municipalities. In terms of the negative amounts and then the zero amounts, it's how the municipality reports it to the LD database. So it might not be the real situation on the ground. In terms of the 117%, it's an indication that Twelopile is now collecting arrear outstanding debt. So they are making strides in that regard. So you can also see in Maluti Apofung, they are also improving because they are starting to collect now arrears. Yeah, and then also the other one is Motaka and Metimoholo. You also see improvements there. It's because of outstanding arrears that is now being collected. Yeah, this is only the third party outstanding and the collection rate. So I don't know if the MEC or the HOD agrees, then we can give you the full report on the finances of municipalities that have all the outstanding debtors, salaries as a percentage of your operating expenditure, your audit outcomes, and all those other indicators we can also provide it to the committee. Thank you.
No, I think that issue of the operating expenditure of the municipality, we are interested in that because it's only then that are going to see that is this municipality viable moving into the future as a going concern. I think that we must get that information so that you will be able to intervene accordingly when necessary. Ne? I don't know, we are going to give it now or later in the circle.
We can provide it immediately. Yeah.
We really appreciate that. The next issue is the issue of
Yes,
MIGs.
MIG,
Oh,
Ms. Tuna.
The spending on the conditional grants.
So thanks, Chairperson. Good morning to all the honorable members, all protocol observed. The Chairperson, we as COCTA, we are monitoring the municipalities that are the recipient of this grant. There are 18 of them, excluding Mangaung, because it's a metro that receiving different type of grants from the DORA. So as this province, we are administering 784 million, which is a schedule. It's a Schedule 5B grant allocated to these municipalities. When you look on the screen, each municipality has been allocated funds. Funds gets transferred to municipalities in terms of tranches. So funds, the allocation doesn't get transferred to municipality all at once. So meaning that July, September, November, and also in March, that is the period where National Treasury then transfer money to the municipality. This is informed by the action plan, the implementation plan, which includes the cash flows of individual projects with which shall have been submitted by us to DCOC and then ultimately to National Treasury. So from our side, what we do from the start, obviously then the municipality submit 3-year capital plans, and then funds gets allocated over a 3-year period. We are providing the administrative support, operational support, and also obviously then through this funding, then they activate those plans. This funds is meant for the provision of infrastructure services, which talks to water, sanitation, your roads, your cemeteries, and so forth. So on a monthly basis, we are obliged as a COCTA to make sure that we administer that process, and also municipalities, we assist them to register projects. What we see is just a summary of individual performance of municipalities for up to end of October, because we are currently in November now. Perhaps I'll just take you through the summary of what is happening in Karib as an example. What you see just after expenditure is the performance as at the end of October. So our provincial target is set at 30%, a provincial expenditure target. That is the expenditure target as at the end of October, which is set at 30%. The reason why you see us as a province putting targets is because we are also being monitored as provinces by the DORA framework to say that we are supposed to, all municipalities that are receiving 100 million less, they are supposed to reach at least 40% by end of December. So the ones that are receiving 100 million and above, for example, Machabeng and also Malutia Pofung, their target is a little bit up, which is 45%. So we said, as a province, all of us, let's target 45% by end of September, of which when you look on that column, from 24% in Litsimeng, Kopanong, Mohokare, 21, and also 13% respectively. So they are still performing below the target, the provincial target, and of which that's what we are worried about. And what we did from our side as a province, we met all the municipality. We had a session on the 4th of November with National, where municipalities were requested to come and present their turnaround plans in terms of how these funds can be utilized, but at the same time, expedite issues of service delivery. Remember, as I said, we are providing operational support by end of July this year. We expected all municipalities to have submitted their applications for 26-27 financial year. So which some of them are still lagging for a simple reason that most of the work that is being carried out by municipality to execute these funds is being outsourced to consultants to assist them to do planning, and also the contractors to do the actual execution of the project. So, but we are encouraging municipalities to have at least service providers appointed on time, so that at least come 26-27, all plans are ready, tenders are advertised. All what's supposed to happen is just to execute, and then they report to us, because funds are available, are made available to them. So this is what this is how they've performed, all municipalities in Karib. They are below the target, as I said, 30% is the target. So, but in terms of the turnaround plan, they've assured us they will improve. All the reports are available. They can also be shared with the chairperson and also the honorable members, individual municipalities. Individual Putswa, as an example, you see Masilonyana is sitting at 18%, which is still below the target. Tokoloa, they are still sitting at 2% because of late registration of the projects. Because immediately when you register a project late, then it means you can't show performance, good performance from your municipality. And in Zolopele, also some of the challenges, these are generic challenges in municipalities where service providers are appointed, but they cannot show good performance on the ground. Machabeng is on target together with Nala in that district. When we go to Thabo Mofokeng district, only one municipality, that is Soto, they are on target, sitting at 30%. And then in Ditlhabeng, Nketwana, Malutia Pofung, Phumelela, and also Mantsopa, they've also presented their turnaround plans. We will see great improvement. Our worry, our concern is Malutia Pofung. As you can see, they are receiving almost 200 million, which technically you are supposed to be sitting at least at 100 million by end of December. So they are still sitting at 8%. So we have registered, as far as I can remember, 2 projects of huge amounts of money, including the construction of toilet structures, which we believe that come the end of December, then we shall have seen at least a progress on those projects. And then in Fezile Dabi, none of them have reached our target, but in Nwate and also Metsimaholo, they were getting towards meeting our target. We are experiencing challenges in Mukaka, whereby issues of governance, obviously, they are a challenge currently. Even the previous financial year, they lost 1.1 million. They could not spend 100% of their allocation. In Nwate, they have spent 100% in the previous financial year. Since the appointment of the senior manager in the infrastructure department, at least there's great improvement. Obviously, then there's leadership. Where you see performance, obviously there's a correlation between the administration and also what is happening on the ground. In Metsimaholo, they could not spend funds in the previous financial year and also in Mafube, but they've applied for the rollover, which has been approved for those two municipalities. So as a province, we have achieved 18% in total. So we're still below the target by 12%, but we are making a commitment that will improve. In the previous financial year, we have spent 93% of our total allocation. So I think this in brief, how as municipalities in the province we are performing. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Acting HOD.
Thank you very much, Chair. We would want to finalize our presentation. Then I would also want to speak on the issue which was raised by Mr. Abrams on the status of finances. If you allow, I'll speak at the end.
Thanks, HOD. Thanks, Chair. Chair, on the pillar of putting people first, we rely on Section 152 of the Constitution that says that local municipalities are supposed to develop mechanisms to present developmental, democratic local government. So, Chair, the overall situation in terms of public participation for spreading the footprint of government and engagement of the community is based on the ward committees, the effectiveness thereof. And we're saying, Chair, throughout the province, we've got active ward committees, albeit would be highlighting peculiar situations or instances where there are challenges regarding local government, regarding ward committees, Chair. In Mohokare, Chairperson, we have 4 out of the 7 wards that are not active, the ward committees. The reason being, Chair, there would have been an issue around the stipends that is payable to members. So as a result of that, there was some disjuncture and some disruption in terms of performance of ward committees. Let me mention, 3 out of the 6 ward committees are dysfunctional as a result of non-attendance. This would range from either lack of coordination or lack of support provided for the traveling of ward committee members to go and participate where there would be such. In Mashabe municipality, 8 out of the 36 wards are dysfunctional, and we did not get a reason as we requested from the municipality. In Nala municipality, all ward committees are dysfunctional, Chair, because of the instability, as we've reflected earlier. So the crisis might be permeating also into the ward committees, Chair. In Tolopile, 4 out of the 9 wards are non-functional. No reason was provided. Declaring 2 out of the 20 are non-functional. We did not get a reason. In Ketwana, Chair, 7 out of the 9 are dysfunctional. In MEP, Chair, 2 out of 35 are dysfunctional due to some element of political issues within the ward there. So out of that, 33 are functional. So that's why we're saying that's a reflection of your general stability, Chairperson. In Fumelela, you've got 3 out of the wards that are not functional due to non-attendance. In Ngwati, all the 19 wards are non-functional, Chair. In Ngwati, we've got a peculiar situation, Chair, where members of the ward committee would have been appointed during the EPWP arrangement. So then this created a lacuna, Chair, and the process to re-establish the ward committees is online because most of them are not available because they are absorbed in the EPWP activities. In Mokaka, Chair, 17 of the 22 wards are not established and totally they are non-existent. So we've requested our unit, public participation, to assist the municipality with the re-establishment of this because we believe that ward committees are a central issue or an arm of accountability to municipalities. In Mafube, Chair, 2 of the 7 wards are non-functional because of non-attendance. Chair, all ward committees are used to enhance the issue of public participation. Either report back to the community wherein they would come and support the ward councillor, who is the chairperson of the ward committee, or engage the community concerns and elevate them to the attention of the council, Chair. Under basic services share, uh, like we indicate, Chair, that municipalities are expected or directed by the Constitution to provide sustainable services to communities. Chair, throughout the Free State, municipalities are trying to provide services to the communities, and you've got your normal hiccup or constraint of financial resources. So that has been the challenge that we've got, and as a result of this share, we've got two experiences of municipalities where the community would have taken the decision to take municipalities to court, where in the court would be requested to enforce municipality to perform their Section 152 obligation. You would have that chair in Mwate, where the court would have even decided that because of this raised concern, the municipality is not living to its constitutional obligation. In Machaben, Chair, you know that the community would also have approached the court to say, enforce Machaben municipality to respond to the issues of basic service delivery. There in particular issue, I think it was the issue about spillage, where the community would have approached the court to force the municipality to provide that. Most of our municipalities share, because of the financial constraint, are grant reliant. And in an effort to ensure that municipalities spend the grants for the purposes that they were meant for, we also request the districts to come in, and the money would be gazetted to the districts to ensure that it's not used for any other purpose rather than what it was intended for. And we've seen it successfully being implemented, where Mohokari and Kopano would depend on Harib district municipality to manage their grants, where they are gazetted through the district. We've seen it where Fezile Dabi as a district would be helping Mafube municipality chair. Chair, the problem about service delivery would be highlighted where municipalities do not or are challenged in terms of providing water on a sustainable basis to municipalities. And we're highlighting here the three municipalities being Mafube, Kopano, or actually four, Mafube, Kopano, Mohokare, and Macedonian. Kopano municipality would have had a serious problem about their debt to the water board, Val Central, which would have even necessitated the intervention or the request for the minister, where they requested Section 139 to be invoked. But at the center of the Section 139 invocation in Kopano Chair, it was the emphasis on the Section 63 of the Water Services Act, which requires of the minister to intervene where the Water Service Authority is not capable to fulfill their obligations. So that is the situation. And where municipalities would owe the water board high amounts, it's either that results in where the equitable share would be withheld, not unless there are agreed payment plans with the water boards, or secondly, Chairperson, the problem would be the restriction of water to the community by the water boards. So as a department, we always encourage municipalities to make payment plans and live to the spirit of the payment plans with the municipalities, Chair. Under local economic development, Chair, there was a drive wherein there was a request that we formalize the registration of the spaza shops and the local to address the local economic development. Now, in terms of the township economy, Chair, all the municipalities throughout the province were requested to open the process for registration of the shops and to offer licenses. It was, Chair, as a result of what came throughout the country, where either the small shops were not living to the license requirements and all that. So here, Chair, we are doing a reflection about the status of the license application, the number of licenses that were received. And Chair, central to this was also to ensure that local economic development benefits our local communities. Because in most instances, you find that the license applications will be by foreign nationals. So as the department, in collaboration with DSTIA, we were also monitoring who are the applicants thereof and check how are we assisting our own people to be beneficiaries thereof. Because from time to time, Chair, it's either our people would be fronting or managed to apply for on behalf of foreign nationals. Then it compromises their access to other grants because they would be registered as people who are doing their own business and all that. So we are trying to assist our local communities. So that is the reflection throughout the district, Chairperson. And then in terms of the adoption of the local economic development strategy, municipalities have been requested to either review or submit those that have been developed lately. Mangaung has adopted their strategy share. They are leading by example as the metro. In the Harib district, Chairperson, Harib as a district and Kopano will be adopting their strategies in this current financial year. Litimeng and Mohokari have adopted theirs, though Mohokari's LED would need to be reviewed, Chair. Lejoliputra district has adopted their strategies. There you still have again Nala and Macedonian having drafted theirs because they have not adopted, Chair. So that's a reflection. I don't know if Chair would want me to go through all of those, but I think it's a reflection on all those. Chair, maybe towards the end, what are the measures that we are putting as a department to support municipalities? What is the department and the provincial government doing? The following programs, Chair, have been developed and are specifically aimed at assisting municipalities. The first one would be your municipal support and intervention plan. The MSIP, Chair, as a decision of the interministerial committee, from our side as the province and national, would be seen as the intervention plan. Intervening wherein municipalities would have identified their challenges. Let's start it from the municipalities. Municipalities are supposed to be developing what they call municipal support improvement plan, meaning they are doing an objective assessment of saying, in order for the municipality to be an ideal municipality, this is how they should be. And those would be based on your 5 key pillars: good governance, stability, financial stability, administrative stability, and your LED. Then we measure the performance in terms of those. And municipalities would say, this is where we lack in terms of us becoming the ideal municipality. Then they would say, for us to perform well, we need such and such intervention, either from different spheres of government or even from different sectors or from other economic facilitators. Then as the province and national, we come and say, how do we intervene where municipalities are lacking? Then as COCTA, we are charged to coordinate support for municipalities, either in a horizontal way through other spheres of government or in a vertical way with the other sectors. Vertical, I always struggle with that. Vertical, horizontal. So that's how we do the MSIP. The second one, Chair, would be the municipal performance turnaround strategy. Now, having analyzed the state of municipalities, what do we do? Then you develop what you call a turnaround or improving from that state. So that is another support package that we develop for municipalities. This will be based on your, it's a phased approach to say, you're not going to rush the municipality because the state is critical, but in order to go to the ideal state, you need to develop a program, a phased program to say, how do you get into that? The second one, Chair, would be you professionalize local government in order for you to reach the desired phase of municipalities. So that is part of the key features of the municipal performance turnaround strategy. You are saying that you want to develop accountability and consequence management for the administration, because more often than usual, Chair, you'd find that the lack of consequence management creates a laissez-faire attitude at the municipality, and people are not held accountable for their conduct or lack of conduct. So that is part of the key features for the municipal performance turnaround plan. And then the outcome would be you want sound financial management from the municipalities, Chair. Then the second one, Chair, would be the performance and monitoring forum. The performance and monitoring forum, Chair, is where there's peer review mechanisms, and municipalities' performance would be based on a normal circumstance. How would this municipality of this category be performing? And where they are lacking, then you look into another municipality and say, can't you learn from best experience from those others? And how do you contribute maybe from cross-pollination of either ideas or expertise, Chair? There is also an issue of placement of interns of interns with technical skills, wherein we say that municipalities might be facing challenge because they fail to draw requisite skills. But you've got interns, people who would have finished school and all that, then place them within municipalities to help them, in particular on the technical services, Chairperson. And then as the province, we also have what we call the MPEC Chairpersons Forum. The MPEC Chairpersons Forum, Chair, is one of your peer review mechanisms, but also enhancing capacity of the MPEC Chairpersons to say, this is the road about the monitoring, your Section 79 responsibilities, you know. And then there is a revenue management forum which we do in collaboration with SALGA. Also, the Impact Chairpersons Forum Chair, we do in collaboration with SALGA, with the Provincial Treasury and Free State. Then Revenue Management Forum, wherein we say the biggest challenge of our municipalities is the capacity to collect revenue. And then we'd identify what are the loopholes and what are the holdbacks. Then between us as the Free State Provincial Government, COCTA, SALGA and the Provincial Treasury, we develop mechanisms to assist municipalities share. Then we also have developed the District Audit Action Forums. We're saying that municipalities need to have punctuated time frames to respond to the audit, to the AG's concerns. And by the time, let's say, on the last day of August, share, all municipalities should be in a position to submit their AFS. But it's not a miracle that would happen only on the last day. It needs to be phased in with the program. And the District Audit Action Forum Chair would also, on a district basis, provide support to municipalities where you bring them together on a district basis, not stretch them throughout the province, or also not concentrate on each, where they can learn from each other, Chairperson. And then we continuously provide support to municipalities based on Section 154 of the Constitution, Chairperson. Chair, in conclusion, we are requesting for the NCOP to note that Mafube, though not still financially viable and is struggling with services of provision of services, and they're at a rescue phase. These are the interventions share under Section 139 that would have been implemented by the provincial exco chair. So Mafube is under Section 139, where we're helping them to perform as an ideal municipality. Tokologo municipality chair is placed under Section 139(5) A and C, which is your financial recovery phase. And the financial recovery plan is monitored on a constant basis by both provincial and national treasury, but is basically at home. We are helping them as COCTA. Kopano municipality share, as I indicated earlier, because of their challenge to pay the water board, then they were placed under Section 139. 1B, which was not necessarily your intervention only, but we are helping them through Section 154 of the Constitution, where the MEC has seconded an acting municipal manager, and we helping in terms of capacity building, but also there is the placement of Section 63 of the Water Services Act, and through DWS chair, we are supposed to be helping them to improve the Water Service Authority tasks. Nala municipality chair, because of the political instability, there is the intervention that the EXCO would have invoked there. Then administrator has been sent, and the idea is to bring administrative stability. Machabe municipality is placed under Section 139 A and 139(5) A and C, which is basically directed through the financial recovery plan. Chair, all our municipalities have submitted the annual financial statements, save for Nala and Malutia Pofung. Malutia Pofung chair has requested to submit through the 90 days process, where they will be submitting by the end of November. And the reason why they requested to do that, Chair, Malutia Pofung has been receiving disclaimer audit opinions over a period of time. Now they are saying there is no point in continuing with that. Now MEC has supported them by sending an acting CFO there. And the request was that we want to do right things, not submit as a malicious compliance. So rather than submit and still receive a disclaimer, we'd rather submit by the 30th of November, but submit something that is credible. So they've done that. Nala has submitted already, Chair, and Malutia Pofung had promised that at the latest they will be submitting by Tuesday, the 25th. So they will be in time to submit their AFS, Chair. Chairperson, this brings us to the end of the presentation from the department. Thank you so much. Thanks, Ashuri.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. As we conclude, you can see that that's an overarching state of municipalities in terms of the 6 performance areas that we have outlined, how the municipalities are really doing. But also the presentation also highlighted how we are trying to come with measures to improve. You can see, Chairperson, it's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag, and just to quote you, as you quote Mayo Angelo, we are doing our best. And we can only do that until we know better. and then by then we'll do better. With regard to the issue raised by the acting director, Dr. Floyd Abrams, chairperson, may I kindly please, from the accounting point of view, plead for your indulgence and the indulgence of the NCOP that we should not provide you with that report, status of finance report. It's a very thick report, but I still have myself and my team to present it to the MEC. The MEC must eyeball it and I must sign it off. So if we give you something that the MEC has not seen and that I have not signed it off, it's not necessarily worth the paper it's written on. We're begging for your indulgence, Chair. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Acting HOD. I think that we have given you a long time to do the presentation because we are here about local government. Yeah. So I think that my colleagues, we have to agree with that. If the report has not gone to the MEC, it's not valid. It cannot until the MEC signs it off. Yeah. So I think that let's concur with them. Let's allow them the space. And the MEC, after has done that, he'll provide it to the portfolio committee of the province and also send it to us here at National so that we look at that. Because we're at a critical stage now where we're going to do the adjustment budget on the side of Parliament, and the DORA, adjustment for DORA. So I think that the more, the total picture we have, the better. But we'll give you the space to do that. So agreed, Acting HOD. And then the next the presentation must come from the Office of the Auditor General. And we're definitely running out of time. I think that what is good about the presentations of the Auditor General is that we're provided with the reports earlier. But what we'll be dealing with is that we're going to be zooming in at Thabo Mfutsanyana because that's where the district will be going to. I'll appeal because when you look at our agenda number 4 and agenda number 5, is almost similar. It's similar. The first one deals with the entire province, and the second one deals with the Thabo Mfutsanyana as a district and its municipality is concerned. So I'll appeal to the Office of the Auditor General, just concentrate on Thabo Mfutsanyana. I don't know whether the mayor of the Thabo Mfutsanyana, any representatives from the district, Honorable MEC. All right, I cannot. All right. What we're supposed to have is the district, the Thabo Mfutsanyana district. I expected Mekonim CB to be there. She said he's coming. So now we put that, but let's have the presentation because there's no way in which the report of the Auditor General is going to be changed. Let's hope that when she comes in here, she'll be able to participate because she will have had the report herself. I don't know. They are being led by you. Do you agree with that? All right. The MEC agrees with the position that let's zoom in on the Thabo Mfutsanyana district land or this, and then so that we can cover the time we had. Office of the Auditor General.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm sitting on this side.
All right.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for inviting us to come and share the outcomes. I think I'm aligned, Chair, to just zoom in straight to the presentation that we made for, I think they are still busy sorting out the presentation. Because when we were looking at the presentations between giving the overall outcome for the province and the status of Maluta Popong, there's quite a lot of similarities. It was going to result in some of the duplications. But I must just first indicate that what we'll be sharing is the audit outcomes for 22-23. We are still busy only now with the financial year for 2024-2025, which the audit reports will be only issuing them now at the end of November. I'm not sure how far are we. Maybe let me rather ask Tia maybe to come and assist me with the presentation. So Chair, while I'm waiting for the presentation, I want to mention a few things that I think which I was so encouraged, which was consistent with the previous speakers. I think it came from you, Chair, when you were doing your opening remarks, from the Deputy Speaker and also from the MEC, the consistency around about the impact of making sure that the work that we do has an impact on the lived experience of the citizens, which I find it very aligned with our strategy of shifting the public sector culture, so that we are able to ensure that we are tracking the impact that we are making to the citizens. See that. Let me see if I can rather look at mine in the meantime, while we are waiting for
The advantage you have is that we do have the reports, then you can just speak to your presentation.
that we find at the same time. So if I can just zoom in terms of the audit outcomes, if we can go to the next slide. The auditees that we have at the Thabo Mofokeng district that we analyzed is 9 auditees. And out of those auditees, 3 of them are sitting at the disclaimer, which is Maluti are performed together with its entity, which is Maluti Water. And I think the COCTA touched on it, on the fact that one of the reasons for the late submission of the financial statements for this time around is because they want to work hard to clear the disclaimer that they have. And Kentowana also is one of those ones that they continued to have the disclaimer. Another concerning that we have at Maluti, they had for quite a number of years that they were not submitting the consolidated financial statements, which is between the parent municipality and the Maluti Water. They managed to clear the backlog. I think now at least they are left with 1 financial year that we still haven't received. You can see that these outcomes are characterized by either, for this district, either by the municipalities that are disclaimed or qualified. And there's only 3 that are sitting at financial unqualified, which is the district itself, Phumelela, as well as Setsoto, and we don't have any clean audit in that district. And this flag, I think it's just position of the names of there, so he's not giving any additional information there. So when we analyze if you go to the next slide, slide number 5, if we analyze those ones that are financially unqualified, is those ones that we are concerned because they've been consistent to get to the financial statements that are financially unqualified, but there's no attention that is given firstly to the compliance with laws and regulations. And you can see the extent of the paragraphs that we are reporting on the material non-compliance, which is the discipline that needs to be attended to. And then also, they are also characterized by the lack of reliably reporting on the performance information. So if you're looking at their annual report, you are unable to rely on how they reported the achievements that they made as the institution. Except for Phumelela, I think Phumelela has been consistent to ensure that the performance report is accurate and reliable. Those are the audits that are close to clean, but if they're not putting any attention to the compliance, it makes it very difficult for them to address that. We gave some of the root causes, which is the lack of consequences, them that they have issues of high unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, which there's no consequences that are implemented and even and investigated by the MPEC. And also that the management, they lack processes to monitor and enforce the implementation and correcting of measures, that is to ensure that the audit action plan that is there, that it is implementing those actions that they committed to. Then we also made an analysis of those ones that are qualified. Those that are qualified, if you go to the next line, those that are qualified is Dihlabeng and Mansopa. They've also have quite a lot of paragraphs on compliance, as well as not reporting reliably on the performance information. And you can see that we also said some of the root causes on the non-compliance specifically, again, is the lack of accountability, lack of consequences, and also the failure to consistently adhere to the policies. Also, again, the issue that is coming up is also the oversight from the council, which is not strong enough. MPEG that are not investigating the irregularities that are happening, as well as the lack of utilization of the internal audit and the audit committees, because we're seeing that the internal audit, they perform exactly the same work that we do. They give the recommendations to management. Management ignore or not implement those recommendations, with the result that we continue to see the repeat findings whenever we go and conduct the audit. And then the last category, which is the disclaimers, which is the most worrying ones, is because, and it's driven mainly by the fact that when the team requests for documentation, the team is unable to receive the documentation, which is a very concerning space. So what we have done is the Office of the Auditor General, we've got dedicated time to these auditors, because we believe that we need to eradicate the disclaimers completely. I recently visited Kentowane, I think it was sometime last week, to continue to track their progress and the steps that they are implementing to address the issues that we raised that caused them to be disclaimed. I must say that the issue of record management is still, the team are raising it as a concern. Malutia Pofong, we just delayed because we want to wait for up until they receive they submit the financial statements. And then if we go to the use of consultants, so out of the 9 municipalities that are there, they use the consultants to the value of 24 million. And 5 of those auditors that we analyzed, for example, one of the big problems is that when we're starting to use the consultant, we sometimes outsource the accountability, where the municipalities, they don't take full responsibility. And then we also look at what is the outcome. So you see that they use consultants, but the outcome is still not improving. And then slide number 9, we highlighted the instances of the non-compliance that we have, and you can see that most of those focus areas that we focus on is basically 100% of the auditors that we highlighted that they did not comply with the laws and regulations. Then also, if you're looking also at the quality of the performance report that we receive for audit, after of the 7 that we analyzed, only 1 was able to adjust based on the findings that we provided to them. And then the next slide is on the material irregularities. So in that region, we issued 28 material irregularities, of which 5 relate to the financial loss estimated at 39 million, and then 7 at substantial harm to the general public, 16 to the harm to the public sector institution. The status of where they are with those, there's 2 that is the recommendation is in the audit report. we made the referral to the other statutory bodies of 7 material irregularities. 3 is at the remedial stage, which means after all the consistent following up with the accounting officers is not taking the appropriate action. As a result, those material irregularities have been escalated to the higher stages of intervention. We also issued the Regulation 11-2 intervention, where we issued letters up to the level of the MEC for them to intervene in those municipalities, for them to ensure that they take appropriate action to implement those MIs. Then the last 2 slides, Chair, without going through them, I think the honorable members can look at them. We share with you that when we engage with these municipalities, we left them with the recommendations for them to implement, and we continuously, whenever we engage with them, track progress of how they implemented that. So the team, as part of the work that they do, they are following up to check how far are they to implement those. I believe that as part of your oversight, when you engage with them, is some of the things that you can check with them to say, these are the recommendations that the Office of the Auditor General left with you in the prior year. How far are you in implementing those recommendations so that we are able to see the impact and the improvement, Chair? So I'll end there, Chair. I know that I went very fast to the presentation, but I hope the presentation will go on to assist the honorable members. Thanks.
No, thank you. I think that it is very succinct and to the point. And then the next presenter will come from the side of SARGA. I'll also appeal that SARGA must also zoom in on the Thabo Mfusanyana support, what they have done. But what is going to happen is that when the members engage, they can also engage on the provincial issues. But for the sake of time, let's zoom into the district which we are going to. Over to Sarga.
Thank you very much, Acting Provincial Whip. Let me write on the protocol that has been established. We wish to take this opportunity to thank you for the invite to participate in this important NCOP Provincial Week, a critical moment in our collective commitment to restore dignity, accountability, and effective governance within the local sphere. Chair, I just want to indicate that local government is the front line of democracy. It is the space where the promises of freedom must translate into water that flows, into roads that work, into communities that are safe, and into institutions that inspire confidence. When municipalities falter, the very foundation of our democratic state collapses or it is shaken. I strongly believe that this provincial week will therefore not be a ceremonial action. It must be a turning point for local government. The findings by the AG have once again laid bare truth. While pockets of excellence exist, many municipalities remain trapped in the cycle of governance instability, poor financial management, and a decline in service delivery. SALGA therefore welcomes this AG's forthrightness, because transparency is not an attack on local government. It is an essential weapon in the fight for accountability. I am joined, Chair, by Executive Mayor of Harib District Municipality, who is equally a member of the Provincial Executive Committee of SALGA. I'm also joined by the Provincial Director of Operations. With your permission, I would like Emily to directly take you through our presentation on the specific interventions in that region. With your indulgence, thank you.
Great.
Thank you very much, Chair of the session, and let me stand on the protocol that has been established. Chair, just to indicate that our presentation that we have prepared is inclusive of other municipalities, so it's a lengthy presentation, yes, Chair. but I'll try to extract from what we've prepared, zooming in into Thabo Mfutsanyane. So, Chair, the presentation as flighted there has got in it 3 areas of intervention. And I must indicate that in the way we deliver intervention, Chair, based on our mandate, normally it would be through a capacity building that would then club municipalities together, although there are pockets where we providing service through hands-on support. So with regard to Thabo Mfutsanyane, Chair, is that we have a program, Chair, in terms of the municipal support program, audit support program, wherein we provide municipalities on the areas, and we have a different model in delivering such a support program, Chair. So this specifically deals with the support in relation to the outcome of the Auditor General, and we then package it around capacity building and also on financial viability, and also looking at the issues of the audit outcome and governance part of it. This is how we package our offering with regard to that program, Chair. Just to indicate that we were able to then provide support to Maluta Pofu, and that is basically on assisting and supporting Maluta Pofu to develop a credible asset register. It is, of course, brought to the attention of SALGA, and it's a program that is running for the 3 years. We started in the last financial year, so hoping that the support will end in the next financial year. But in this case, we were able to then support them in the development of the credible fixed asset register. And we have done that having to also from our side appoint a service provider. But we have people within SALGA that have been working with the service provider. So we are at a stage where we know in the last financial year audit cycle, that register was not accepted because it still had some loopholes. However, we strengthened the support, and that is continuing, Chair. In relation to the MPEC, I think COCTA went to town to indicate the support package that we're working with them. In this case, Chair, in Thabo Mfutsanyane, our focus remained the Maluta Pofu, wherein we also train Maluta Pofu on MPEC in terms of the oversight. And that is in response, like I said, Chair, to the audit outcome. And we've also intending to train the disciplinary board on financial misconduct, assist them with the ongoing UIF expenditure investigation. In relation to MPEC as well, we just reporting that our support is continuous, but we're able to then go deeper and provide that training. That was for Maluta Pofu. That was in June, but we also trained Pumelela with regard to UIF and W. And just to indicate as well, Chair, that the issue of the MPEC, despite the fact that we would have spent time and with all the stakeholders, as mentioned by COCTA, to train MPECs, but more often, we do receive a call again from municipalities that we need to retrain. And how we have then restructured it is to spend 3 days doing the hands-on support. And I must indicate that even if we would have done it in the past, and when we go again, it's like we are retraining municipalities on a new thing altogether, Chair. So with regard to the support on the very same issue, we're able to touch on Dihlabeng and Ngetwana. Those are 3 other municipalities that we've trained on MPEC in Thabo Mfutsanyane. I've mentioned Maluta Pofu, Chair. I may not go there, but I must indicate the challenges that we continuously experience. That is that of late submission of MPEC requests, and also lack of proper documentation. I've mentioned that, and issue of oversight, and there are no dedication support staff for MPEC's committee as well. This is what we have discovered as well. Chair, we provide support with regard to human resource and labor, and this is basically on the issue of disciplinary hearings, and also on collective agreement, the labor matters, and the training of labor, your local labor forums to them effective, Chair. So here, in terms of Thabo Mfutsanyane, we've provided that kind of training, and also on request of a municipality when there are disciplinary hearings. So that was for Maluta Phofu, Ketwane, Thabo Mfutsanyane, as well as Phumelela, Chair. That was on disciplinary hearing, Chair. We're also able to provide support under trading services, Chair. Our understanding is that the trading services in categorization of SALGA, it deals with issues of your waste management, your electricity, as well as the water and provision. So our interest with the support package is that, and it is twofold. We're responding to what ordinarily AG would term the harm to the people, in terms of the blue-green status, as well as the green status and no drop status, where you find that the water that municipalities are providing as water service providers, as well as water service authorities, do not meet the required standard. So we went through the training, and vigorously so, with municipalities, just to show them how to comply on the municipal action plan, so that they are able to address the issues that would have been raised by the Department of Water and Sanitation. So we touched municipalities like your Mansupa, which we have supported on the development of the action plan, water action plan, and also we've also touched on Ketwana as well as Phumelela in that regard, Chair. So we've also, Chair, on the basis of the program that we have on disaster management and climate change, also supported Thabo Mfutsanyane as a district to review their disaster management support, and with the view to factor in climate change, understanding that climate change is a reality. So each municipalities must be able to then factor in climate change strategies in terms of mitigating the climate and to be climate resilient. So we have done that. We've also supported the very same district on the issue of their fire bylaws, understanding that that district itself is prone to fire, and that itself they need to be ready in terms of their response. We've spoken at length, Chair, about the MPEC support, which I've indicated the support was directed to Maluta Phofu, as well as Dihlabeng, and also Nketwana, Chair. So, Chair, I think our presentation, because it was specifically for Thabo Mfutsanyane, it ends there. So our recommendation to the NCOP is that NCOP to note the support that we've provided to municipalities in that district, Chair. So that ends my presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the presentations which you had up to so far. And then what I liked most is the fact that SALGA acknowledges that when we raise difficult questions, it's not a matter of attacking the municipalities, but the issue of helping our people would really appreciated. Also, on the side of the AG, I think that they said a lot, the recommendations were made, but the law also provides for the AG's office to take action where there's a consistent disregard of the recommendation of the AG. That one, I'm reminded by what happened last week in the Northwest, where one MM was slapped with a fine of 4 1.3 million rand was held accountable, because it cannot be right that there can always be an intervention. And then, as the Saraga said right now, that you go back and train as if you are starting from afresh. So it means that whatever was said before, it entered the right ear and went out on the left ear. So some other time that when you take tough action, it is a necessary thing to do. With the support which which the COCTA has also indicated, you can see that there's a willingness to support the municipalities. But if there are people who are consistently disregarding the support and the directives, something must be done, as I said when I open up now. But right now, I'll open up for the issue of the questions and reply. So what is critical here is that we are having the delegates here, and then Honorable Jockelson, you are also part of the legislature ourselves. So we participate fully, because certain things you might know better as the person who's dealing with this thing inside the province every day. So you can participate. If there's any inconsistencies which came from the report, you must be able to highlight them. So colleagues, here the reports, they're very comprehensive and long. So now is your chance to engage. Can I see by the show of hands? All right. Mr. Noah is saying that we must start on the right side, because right is always right. So we'll give Honorable Jackelson, and then I'll just follow as it is until the doctors on the other side. With you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hope starting from the right is not an ideological, it's just a practical measure. Honorable Chair, the Committee of the Legislature, specifically PROPAC, have spent a long time in the last couple of weeks, many days interrogating the various municipalities in the Free State, often up to 5 hours at a time per municipality, going on late into the evening. So I think the legislature, to a large degree, has used up the questions that we have for municipalities, and we are still awaiting the report which has to be tabled from PROPAC. So I don't want to preempt anything that might be in the report in this committee, Honorable Chair, and I'm sure that report will be made available to the NCOP committees as well, and especially yourselves, who are here to look at some similar issues to what we have already done. Chair, it is interesting because it's the first time that we get the status of business license applications report. And that's one thing we haven't looked at in the past, and I think it's based on provincial legislation which was passed several years ago, which forces municipalities to now go and register local businesses. But I just want to mention that if one looks at this report, and especially regarding foreign businesses, and you go to the ground, it paints a very different picture to what we see in this report. Chair, there's one issue which I would like to request an answer from, and perhaps the NCOP can take up at national level. If we look at the status of the finances which was presented here, and we look at the arrears in terms of water boards and specifically to pension, or to Eskom, there's also pensions as well. And we look at the billions of rands that are owed by municipalities to specifically Eskom and the water boards. And then national government comes with bailouts to these entities. But the bailout isn't for municipalities. So these entities' data books include these municipalities, and the interest, a lot of this money is interest that is being built up. So if government bails out these state-owned enterprises at national level, this still remains on their debtors' books, and they're not going to recoup this money. So if government can use that bailout to cancel the debtors' books of municipalities and let them start from scratch, and then the Eskom and these other SOEs are still getting their money, which they're not going to get from the municipalities, we will be assisting our municipalities, and at the same time, we will still be bailing out these national entities. So I've never been able to understand why we don't kill two birds with one stone, just with some bookkeeping that needs to take place. Chair, and with the adjustment budget, which yourselves are dealing with at the moment, perhaps this is something that you can look into, because it will assist our municipalities, the data books of state-owned enterprises, and allow us to perhaps start from scratch. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Shackleton. It really shows that the Free State is at work. But the mere fact that the legislature has already gone to the municipalities and asked questions, hard questions to them. And then we really appreciate that. And the next one is Honorable Nua.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning. Let me also stand on the protocol that has been established. Chair, as I was going through the reports that came on time, I had a litany of questions to ask, but now they were cancelled by the supplementary explanations that were given, even those that arrived late. So I'm now forced to venture in a different area for the purpose of this engagement. Firstly, Chair, I'm asking myself what was in the minds of President Ramaphosa and Rolf Meyer and the team when they decided to have Section 154 in the Constitution. What did they actually preempt? And this is the problem we are sitting with today. So it seems to me it is making it easy for municipalities not to do their work because there is a big brother who will come and help us. It's constitutional, they are forced, even if we don't do what we are mandated by the same constitution. So, therefore, Chair, I'm also reflecting the 21 years that I have been the last time in the provincial legislature, and I'm reflecting on these reports. What is the difference? And Honorable Khatebe is 26 years. Same. I'm looking at the head of the acting HOD and the chair of SALGA. It tells a story. So I'm really going to the real issue, Chair, which I think we are not addressing. And we can only continuously remain reflecting on the challenges that municipalities are experiencing, but not fully dealing with the main issue, which are only two as far as I'm concerned. If anything is to go by, if you take the statement by the chair of SALGA in the remarks he made, what is it that will take us to make sure that this part of the engagement will really add value? Considering that portfolio committee of the National Assembly was here recently, and we are still grappling with the same issue in a different way. So, Chair, thirdly, SALGA, in their presentation, they lament that rather than rushing for 139, we should go for 154. And we will remain with 154 forever if we don't really deal with the last two issues that I will deal with after reflecting, Chair. One is impressed with the role that SALGA is playing and doing its best in terms of this report. But definitely, it will forever remaining giving that support to municipalities as long as the last two issues are not scooped. But the verbal supplementary report that was given, it's what we should be engaged in. Unfortunately, it's not written, Mr. Lowe. And for me, that is where the gist is of what we should be confronting. Now, as I was reading the report, as I was preparing the questions, now as you present verbally, you begin to then explain. And I will, if perhaps, Chair, possible, that supplementary report is necessary for us going forward, so that we can add value to what we are doing as permanent delegates in the NCOP, because otherwise we also remain coming here and going back, we don't add any value. Lastly, Chair, where I'm saying it seems to me, even if evidence is clear before us, but we avoid it. It is mentioned here that there are two things. One is political challenges, as it is written. No facts are given, just that there's a political problem. But we don't go deeper into that. Secondly, it's administrative. So it says to me, Chair, that is where we should be zooming into. What are these political challenges that we have been talking about? Are we unable to deal with these political challenges? Do we fear the area? Administratively, for me, it reflects capacity. And here it talks about officials, people who are doing the work. All the reports that were presented and reflected upon, there are people who are doing those things. So if you consider the 21 years and the 26 years, the reports has been the same. And then you reflect on why things has been remaining the same way. Do we do enough to recruit people that will do the work, both politically and administrative, myself included in that scenario? So, Chair, I'm saying going forward, perhaps we need to say, what does this information actually say to us? More than, as Salga says, what they plan to do differently in slide 39. Because I don't see us, ladies and gentlemen, really changing the situation if we do not deal with the human capacity that it's supposed to be providing what is expected at the municipal level. So perhaps we need another, way of coming together. And once we have reflected on this reports and status of municipalities, and then ask ourselves this difficult question: do we have the right people? And if we don't have the right people, what is the way out to ensure that going forward, we will not be sitting here again just reflecting on these challenges that it seems to me even next year we will still be reflecting in this fashion if we are still having in the main people that cannot execute their mandate. Finally, Chair, I was asking acting HOD, how is it possible And what does this mean as far as applicable laws are concerned? I haven't applied myself adequately on this one. But it shocked me that a municipality is functioning without the Section 56 municipalities. All of them, like in Maluti Apufu. All of them, they are not there. But the municipality is functioning. How is that possible? And those expected, say, signing off, as the HOD said, we cannot present a report which has not been signed off by myself or seen by the MEC. Now, if the CFO or the MM is not there, those functions that are supposed to be signed off by him or her, who's doing them? So that reflects on what I said, Chair, regarding we are avoiding to deal with the real core issue as far as municipalities are concerned. And it's our responsibility, all of us. So, Chair, that is where I will end my submission. As I said, I will not really ask any particular question because the reports are clear. We still remain with the same problem, but I think this time, as Mr. Matai said, that this time, at Vale, we should take the portfolio committee report, this visit, and come back together again and say, what is it that needs to be done to make sure that Free State people do get what they deserve other than what is being provided now? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. No, Honorable Marquesin.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greeting to the MEC and the officials of the department. Chair, I just want to check with issue of Machabeng and Mangaung on the areas that the pension contribution that they are very high, especially on Mangaung, and the issue of SARS. If we can get a detailed report, what is the plan of the department to assist Machabeng and Mangaung? Because really, it doesn't go down. It seems as if it's getting up. And what is the mechanism? Although in Machabeng, we're told there's a financial recovery plan that we have put in place. But literally, I observed last week when the Machabeng was appearing in the legislature, the issue of the creditors that they've been complaining about the non-payment and the challenges that they are facing in Machabeng. Now is Mangaung. Mangaung is also very high. What mechanism are you putting in place to make sure you deal with that challenge? See, is something that is normal, is okay to be like that. People will work after they retire, they don't get anything. And I don't think it's fair for the people who have been working and committed official and the servant of that were savings that they can't get their money. So what are you doing to address the issue? And the issue of the Masilonyana, MEC and Mafube and Nketwana will be one day maybe we'll get a report that will tell us the different story on Mafube, because historically in Free State, Mafube was part of the problem. And we are saying this official tomorrow is out, but the problem of Mafube is not coming to, is not being resolved. So what plan are you putting in place? What mechanism maybe that will assist one day? Maybe we'll say this municipality is no longer needed. We need to come with a resolution. We cannot allow the 26 years and the 30 years of the two gentlemen who have been part of the problem and the problem are not resolved. Who have been part of the government because their experience, they've been there. Now we need to come with a solution. Like so when the young ones are coming in, what are we going to inherit in Mafube? Really, we need to come with a solution. We need to deal with the issue of Mafube and Matsilunyan. And the last issue, the issue of the disclaimers in the municipality, the report that you are not getting by the AG, regardless of recommendation. Sizawuyeka nayo qhubekeke kungabikho into eyenzekayo. Yintoni esenzayo esiza kumake sure people held accountable. We can't have municipality where there are disclaimers, they are reported that they were supposed to report to the AG. They don't come forward, the officials are there, the political heads are there. Why do we have those women and those officials in the municipality who are not helping the municipality? Section 56 in the municipality, especially in Malut, we were told all the official except the position of MM has been filled. Then what support did you give the municipality of Maluta Pofon to make sure we give support, maybe the department, which means all the official of the department will be in the municipality, because all the municipality of Free State, we don't have Section 56 managers in most of the municipality. So really, I think also is overwhelming to the department to make sure they come with mechanism to do the work. Literally, the department is running the municipalities. Why do we still have the municipality in Free State if we can't appoint Section 56 managers in all the municipality? The issue of the SALGA is worrisome, Chair of SALGA. If amaqabane aqeqeshwa akaqeqesheki, every time niyaya niyaqeqesha amaqabane akaqeqesheki. So why do you still have such people in the position? Because you are going, niyabuya, ingathi ngosingoxam siyadada. Kutheni amaqabane engaqeqesheki? If akaqeqesheki nenza ntoni uba amaqabane aqeqesheke? Enkosi.
Thank you, Honorable Makesini. Honorable Brett.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I will try and not have my English words finished and speak in Afrikaans so that everybody can understand me. Maybe I should just, for the rest of the colleagues, so my mother tongue is Afrikaans. And, you know, they say about English, it's like airtime. Sometimes your data just runs out. And Honorable Makasini here was saying we need earpieces because when I get frustrated or I have a lot of questions, I speak in Afrikaans and then I speak very fast and then nobody can understand it. So I will try my best to not lose my words today and to speak in English. No, Chairperson, I want to thank the presentations from both the MEC, from the AGSA and from SALGA. I think it's good. I recognize the AGSA colleagues. It's good to see you. I was in ProPac 2 terms back in this very legislature, so it feels like I'm home. Chairperson, I have a few questions. The first one specifically is with regards to the outstanding monies owed to ESCOM, and I specifically want to confirm about Setsoto, because I think it was the HOD that said all municipalities do owe ESCOM money, and as far as I know, Setsoto is up to date, but I know they wait till the very last date of the month. I think that's the 3rd to pay, so that they actually get the rental income from the money in their account, and then only pay it over to ESCOM, so that they don't necessarily incur rental or incur arrears on ESCOM, but so that they can have money, and that's very good accounting practices. So I just want to confirm that. Then, Chairperson, the MEC mentioned the new municipality in the Southern Free State in Garib, and that there was issues with regards to the MDB not providing a report on time, and that matter might be deferred, or that it might be done away with, in its totality. Now, I know I serve on the Provincial Party Liaison Committee, and I know that they are finalizing the wards and the municipalities by the end of November. So maybe if we can just get clarity as to when will this decision be taken about this new municipality, whether then to defer it to, 2029 or 2031, or whether it will be abandoned completely. Chairperson, then in terms of MIG spending, I think, and my honourable colleague here to my right has said that MIG spending is quite worrisome, especially when you look at the municipalities that have 2% municipal spending and so forth. And you have mentioned that Mukaka is a construction site. I am quite worried about Mukaka. The Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation always looks to me and sighs and says, ugh, Mukaka again. So I want to know distinctly, we have had a lot of problems in the Free State with municipalities, with contractors not performing, not delivering services. I know specifically in Makaka with regards to wastewater treatment, there have been problems with a lot of the companies. I'm thinking of Techno Mobile, and there's a second one I can't remember. So, what is the province doing to ensure that we are not continually using and reusing the same companies that have given us problems, that use money, that run out of budgets, and then we continually run over budgets because they aren't performing. So what are we doing in terms of that? I know National Department, Public Works and Infrastructure, is running a campaign to blacklist companies, but I want to know, how are we doing that? And are we looking at recouping monies of contractors that are not performing, that we have stopped contracts with, but that we have already spent that money on? Chairperson, I have two last questions. In terms of Solga, I would like to know specifically with regards to Thabo Mofokeng, but in the Free State in general, I know they are lagging behind with their payments to Solga. And I see you have a lot of plans, but I think if I remember correctly, some of these municipalities are also owing you money in terms of their fees. So I want to know, what is that? What are you doing in terms of that? And are you still servicing them and doing projects and what do you call it? Nama Afrikaans has run out, but how you are encouraging and empowering their impacts. I would like to know that. And then, Chairperson, the last question I have, and please allow me to elaborate a bit on this. I am extremely worried about revenue collection and collection rates in municipalities, but more than just the physical collection rates of municipalities. We have seen in the past in a number of municipalities, I know in Northwest we saw it, but specifically in the Free State as well, and the municipality I want to use an example of has now left my mind. But we've had problem with debt collectors. We've had problems, and I think it was even in Mangaung, but I might be mistaken, so don't quote me on that, where our debt collectors have actually maliciously gone and disconnected electricity of people who were not in arrears, because for every disconnection and disconnection they make, and the monies that have to be paid again to reconnect your electricity, they get a kickback. And that made this problem where they just disconnected everyone. They got a kickback. And I think we paid more to debt collectors than the monies they actually earned in this program. So please, can you elaborate to me, what is our plan with revenue collection or to increasing the debt collection rate? And how will we ensure that we are not having debt collectors once again being the ones that benefit and municipalities in the Free State not benefiting? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Brett. The next one is Honorable Dr. Skirbogen.
Thank you, Chairperson. I might not have those combined 40 odd years, but as a recently exited ward councillor in Machabeng, I kind of know more or less what's happening. So I'll try and see what's happening. I'm gonna try and go through these presentations and how the questions is. I just want to, with Nala, we were there recently with the NCOP oversight, and it was one of the municipalities that I was pleasantly happy to see that there's actually terms of references that has been gazetted and is actually being implemented. But we have the MM and the CFO that doesn't want to work with the administrator. So what is being done to assist this administrator? Because we could see progress, and then I know that for a fact, right after that oversight, that the three of them had a meeting, and then I can't remember the MM of the CFO just said they refuse to work with the administrator. You know, we actually, the three of us sitting here, we're all sent on the Kochta NCOP, and we see Section 139 every quarter. And there was actually an example of how 139 can work. But now, the administrator can't, when he enforces his powers. So what do we do? Because that's one of the reasons why 139s fail, because the administrators don't have executive powers. Their terms of references are not gazetted. So how do we go with that? Then with my home, Machabeng, they're under section 139, and here it says the appointment of the acting MM is in contravention of the act. So what are we doing about this? We've had now, it's more than a year that they have been under 1395. Nothing is happening there. How are we assisting this administrator? Because we just entered out of Machabeng. 6 weeks, no revenue collection because they can't have PPE. All the dumping sites in Machabeng is closed down. You can't access. People are dumping outside. And the one in Oornelsrus that is actually just before Eldoret High School. Children work there every day. Now they can't access school because these illegal dumpers that live there rob the kids on the way to school. They set the dumping site alight, then they have to close the school. So how is this going on with that? Then I want to go into the next part with the part of the finances. I want to, Chairperson, please, I want to understand how can Twelepele have a 117 collection rate, but they sit with water shedding? How can you have 100, so you have 17% more than you should have? And if you drive there at night, there's no street lights, there's potholes. So I want to understand how is this working? And also, Chairperson, you said a minus. So basically, are they giving back to the residents if there's a minus, or what's happening? Because these collection rates, sorry, maybe my math is not matching, but I can't understand what is this happening here. Then so with this now collection rate, are we using the MFFA section 34 to assist these municipalities to improve their collection rate? What is the department doing with section 47 reports of the Municipal Systems Act that needs to be submitted to the minister every year, which goes on the state of local municipality? Those are an honorable nerd mentioned section 154. Section 154, section 139 should be the last. Section 47 of the Municipal Systems Act is where we see what is happening in local municipalities. Then, after we see what's happening, then we go to section 105, which is then again going back to the provincial minister to implement, then he gazettes mechanisms to prevent going to even to 154. So I want to know how, between that process of section 47 to section 105, and then only going to the constitution, what are we doing to ensure that these things don't fall apart? Then again, back to the provincial department. The provincial departments owe local municipalities 2.46 billion odd rand of rates and taxes. It was confirmed with me with a question from the Minister of Finance on the 3rd of March. That was the state. So provincial department owes municipalities 2.4 billion rand. And just so that you know, Mangaung is 925 million rand. Togoloko, 57 million. Kopanong, 201 million. MAP, 465 million rand that they owe. Maslinyana 104, Machabeng 163 million. So we're going around with the review of the white paper, and we say we need to have new finance models from local municipalities. But how can local municipalities function if provincial departments don't pay? Because those rates and taxes are meant for services. Speaker, then I think maybe in the Ngwati must come to us, because my comprehension is being failed here when every single ward committee member is now part of EWP. How does that happen? So that comprehends my mind. Then again, I'm going to also the department. Maybe this is something that can be utilized, because that's something that I've learned as well, as the cost verification versus the cost reimbursement of MISA. So if I understand the cost verification, it's possibly something that the department can actually use better, because you pay direct to the service provider. Or is it better for the municipalities to do it and then you reimburse them? Because there's two models that can use to how can I say, see if if which one is working the best. Because I think sometimes, and I think it was Honorable Khadebe that said, or no, that said, we can't always wait for the big brother, the province, to come in. But these two things are maybe where you can actually see, because it's great to hear a municipality have 50% spend of the MIG grant, but the projects are not finished. We were, where was that we were Northwest, they have a 70, 80% MIG grant rate, but there's nothing happening. So saying it's the same as we're saying that we have clean audits, all of those things, it doesn't mean there's services. So what's the quality versus the quantity of spending? Chairperson, and then I am going to conclude with Salga. I just want to see, you've got all these forums that you are assisting. You've got the Impact Chairperson Forum, Replacement, all these forums. But how is it working where you have in let's take for Nala, they've had 3 Impact Chairs. So how do we pick up these things when Impact, they don't sit? Maslinyana, Impact hasn't sat. So when do we start picking up on these forums that they are not working? And like, for example, the ex-Nala Impact Chair is now the speaker. And now he can't report, but he was the last Impact Chair. So in these forums, how do we pick up that you are actually giving them support? And Chairperson, I think, and also, sorry, last question also, in the billing systems, how, I think maybe that's something where Impact can play a role. How do we help? For example, if you go to Maslinyana now, you do not get a printed receipt when you pay. It's all written out by hand. I have the proof here on my computer. In Maslinyana, the CFO appointed debt collectors without it going to council. I sit with SMSs that residents have received that somebody's coming to collect their debt, but the MM or council doesn't even know about that. So how do we fix the state of if that's not happening? And then the municipality goes to a place, I think it was Senves. They went to turn off Senves electricity, say they haven't paid, only to call to the MMs like, no, but things are up to date. So I think we need to look at the billing systems, because maybe that's where what's happening with this 117% or -4. I just want to see how do we support them through these forums. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, colleagues, from Honorable Jackelson straight to Dr. Skirbochel. I think that all the questions you have raised, they are valid. No? They are supposed to be engaged upon. No? But really, as the delegation from the side of the NCOP, also dealing with the Select Committee on Appropriation, there's one thing which I want to bring to the attention of the stakeholders here, is that one, in South Africa, Section 27 of the Constitution provides the right to access to water. That one is a constitutional right. So it means that if we fail to provide that, we must know that we are impacting negatively on the people on the ground. Number two, the issue of, the Constitution abolished the slave labor. So what will happen that when a person will work for an institution for 30 years, 40 years, and then when that person goes and retire, there are no funds there to pay him. You have just impugned the dignity of that person. And then the Constitution is very clear. Every South African citizen and everyone inside South Africa has got a right to dignity. So it means that if we are going to have state institutions which are not going to pay the pension fund, their money which is due, whereas it is deducted from the workers, it's a clear violation. It means that in those circumstances, we cannot, because it's constitutional, we cannot negotiate that. I think the issue of coming with stringent measures on that regard must be done. It must be done, because it cannot be that someone go and contribute in the medical aid. When it goes to the doctor, there are no funds there to pay for that doctor. So basically, we have dealt with the dignity of that person. So I think that we can speak, we can make interventions up to a certain point, but we have to take actions where necessary. And then what is also critical here, Chair, is that the other implication which you have, you can see that you look at the conditional grants which are there, only 18% has been used up. But the downside of that is that every day from Monday to Friday, the National Treasury borrows money so that it can be able to provide those grants. So that money which is borrowed is going to accrue interest. So it means that if we don't spend on time, timelessly, it means that that thing becomes a double-edged sword. One, the people don't get the services which are supposed to get, and then at the same time, the very same people through their VAT, they have to go and pay an interest of the service they didn't get. And then because Treasury, when you pay for VAT, it does not look where you come from. The only thing, when you go ShopRite, when you go Woolworths, you are going to pay your VAT. Your VAT must go and pay that external debt. So there are serious implications about the country, the health of the country. Although I was very appreciative that the Standard and Pure upgraded our status, but everyone must contribute. Everyone must. It means that if I'm in that corner of the NCOP, I must ensure that the NCOP functions properly so that at the end of the day, it covers everyone in a better state. So what is critical here, Chairperson? I think that the questions were raised. Honorable Makesini raised a very, very valid question. If I trust a comment and say 21 years of service and 26 years of service, we're still in the same boat. You know, the poor Mr. Nuwa, when he left the Eastern Free State District Council, it had the reserves of more than 100 million. Had the reserves of more than 100 million. They were there. I was part of that municipality. They were there. And then number two, also the very same Pumela, the municipality, he was from Maduti. No, they were left with reserves. Even where Pumela come from. The reserves were there together upon, but the issue then is the issue of consequence management. I think that on that particular regard, we must be very strict because we are denying the people an opportunity to lead a better life. But it's not up to me to answer those questions. I'll start first with the Department Cocta. Go straight to the Auditor General. Why didn't they take the action of Northwest? Go to Salga. Salga, people are not listening. We are doing this, people are not listening. It's true. You know, in the constituency where I am, I can affirm to what we said today. The training was done. The training was done, it was there. But if the MPEC chairperson cannot speak to the mayor, and then you ask yourself, what's happening? So I think that you have to come, what solutions are going to have. As Honorable Nue said, that 30 years down the line of local government democracy, the reports are still similar, but it's up to the operators on the ground. And then at the end, I'll request the MEC to be the one who's making closing remarks around the inputs. I think that whatever remarks will be making Kokna, he's there in front of you, signing them off as he was looking at you. Over to you, Acting HOD.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thanks to the honorable members for the very difficult and apt questions. We will respond from our left. We will start with Ntate Abrams, then we come to Ntate Tuna, and then we come to the Chief Director, Ntate Lobiye. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start with the easy questions. In terms of the outstanding ESCOM, the outstanding amount that is reflected on the report is actually directly from ESCOM in terms of the Section 41 report. So that one is a figure from ESCOM itself. It's not from the municipality. So I can confirm that I think it's 12 million is indeed outstanding. I'm aware that Setsoto didn't owe ESCOM anything a few months back, but I can confirm that this amount is from ESCOM directly. In terms of the collection rate for Tswelopele at 117%. As I've indicated that that amount includes arrears, which means you bill for a specific month, but then you collect for that specific month and previous outstanding, so it will then go above the 100% or the norm of 95%. So you will then get a high collection rate if you make inroads to the backlogs or the outstanding debtors. So that the calculation is based on the actual collections plus the billing for that specific month. So it will put you then, if you really collect, then it will put you in plus 100 plus over 100%. So that is then a true reflection of that collection rate. In terms of the negative collection, I think I've indicated that that is a reporting problem on the National Treasury Go Muni data, LG data system. So that is just a correction that we must make on the municipality must report correctly, because I don't think that is the correct state of affairs at the municipality itself. The collection rate can't be negative. In terms of the intergovernmental debt, provincial departments that owes municipalities, on that one there's an insufficient budget to deal with the backlogs. So if we don't address the insufficient budget to pay for the services, we will always have that problem. I think we did include it in our presentation to the last exco to indicate to them what is the outstanding intergovernmental debt. So and I don't know whether exco really make a resolution on how are we going to deal with the intergovernmental debt in terms of the backlog. Because I think in terms of the accounts, there has been reconciliations done, and the accounts is been sent timelessly to the departments. So it's just a matter of the budget that is not sufficient to deal with the backlogs in terms of the intergovernmental debt. In terms of the forums is established primarily as a support structure to assist municipalities in the different areas. In terms of the NALA impact, the impact, there's now a newly established impact. I think it was established in August, July, and Provincial Treasury, COPTA and SALGA did provide training to the new impact on the 5th and on the 6th of November. So they have received already training, the newly established impact. And as we speak, there's currently a meeting for today and tomorrow, of which SALGA and COPTA is assisting with the investigation of the UIF and W expenditure. So the impact is starting to sit and deal with matters. In terms of the Masilonyana impact, the report that I have is that the municipality for the quarter under review has already had 3 meetings. That is the report that I have for the Masilonyana impact. And the province also supported them with training in January this year. And the impact chairperson was also part of the impact chairpersons forum that was conducted on 17 and 18 July. September, sorry, for this year. In terms of the billing systems, those particular incidents that the honorable member was referring to, if you can maybe just, because we are not aware of those instances, if you can maybe just then report it to us so that we can see what is the situation there and what can we do to assist the municipality. But in terms of the billing systems, it's part of the revenue forum. It's the revenue forum that we've established does have a terms of reference, and one of the issues on that forum is under the terms of reference is to deal with billing, accurate billing, advise the municipality on accurate billing, and then also the forum is also there to share best practices What is other municipalities doing in terms of the billing to have accurate billing systems in place? So there is work in terms of the forum that we are doing in that regard. I think in terms of the collection rate, I think I've indicated that we have a challenge with the collection rate. It's not only collecting the money, but there's other factors that impact on the collection rate, like is your tariffs cost reflective? What is the situation with your distribution losses? The unemployment rate in the area. So it's not only about it's not only about collecting revenue, but if you don't have the other things in place, it will not assist your revenue collection. If the municipality has got a 50% distribution loss, then before the bill is even issued, then you already have money down the drain. So you need to address everything to have a positive impact on your revenue collection. And if we don't do that, then you won't see positive results on your revenue collection for certain municipalities. Yeah, in terms of the debt collectors, we advise municipalities that debt collectors should concentrate on outstanding debt and not on current account. But I don't have the specific contracts to see what is the terms that those debt collectors is appointed on. But in terms of disconnecting, I don't think the debt collectors have the authority to disconnect services. They must rather submit reports to the municipalities, and that is then the municipality's competency to then disconnect in that regard. But that is also an issue that we will look at the revenue forum to advise municipalities correctly in that regard. In terms of the outstanding pension and SARS, this is a tricky one because it's the cash flow position of municipalities. They don't collect, so obviously you will have that. But the two municipalities that is mentioned, they do make payments from time to time, but they don't eradicate the backlog. And from a provincial perspective, I don't know if there's much that we can do if the current support initiatives that is there does not impact on reducing those outstanding amounts. It's then another matter for discussion. Thank you. I think I've dealt with the ones on the finance. Thank you, Chairperson.
No, thanks, Chairperson. Perhaps I'll start with the one for the cost verification versus the cost reimbursement. When you look at the report, the expenditure report of MIG, there's a legend that says this cost verification. All under cost reimbursement, you will find cost verification. So it means that those 11 municipalities that we have listed there where we have identified that they need assistance. MISA is our entity, Municipal Infrastructure Support Agent. They are there on the ground to assist us to enhance capacity in municipalities, to ensure that all the invoices that we receive as COCTA are verified by the project managers on the ground, MISA. Ultimately, then we consolidate them for a particular municipality, then we submit them to NCOP for processing. So that in a way that municipalities, remember, as I mentioned during the time when I was presenting, I've said there are scheduled dates for the transfer to municipalities. In an ideal world, that's how funds are supposed to be transferred to municipalities. But because of the challenges that Abrams mentioned, municipalities sometimes they utilize our grants for operational purposes. So this transfer method or the payment method was introduced at least just to limit the risk of us losing that money. But the one that somehow from our side we have raised internally to say that perhaps if we can have those appointments, and also the CFO, because MFMA Circular 130 says that if you don't have those positions filled in a municipality, you are running a risk of losing this money, especially when you apply for the rollover of funds in your municipality. So at least for the period of 9 months in a year, at least we have that in control. Where we are having challenges is between April and June, whereby Treasury wants to close their books and they transfer all the funds to municipalities. But the risk is a little bit minimal, but we're encouraging municipalities to continue to ring-fence our grants, not only MIG, but also other grants. So this method actually is assisting us to reap the benefits, the results, obviously then quality and also versus the quantity. We'll get to know where our money went on the ground through MISA. And then the other one with regard what is the province doing to ensure contractors that are not performing, action is taken against them. We do have legislations in place, but in our space, under when we manage projects, we sign contracts. The accounting officers sign contracts with those service providers. Project managers do administer the output in terms of the bill of quantities, what's supposed to be executed on the ground. Often, in most cases, you will find that the municipalities are not putting punitive measures to these contractors. You are right to say that when you look at the list of blacklisted suppliers in the Free State, the list, you will find that it was last updated a long time ago. So we urged municipalities to act as such, because they are empowered by the legislations that our executive authority has assisted us to correct. But through the assistance of MISA has signed a 3-year memorandum of understanding with South African Institute for Civil Engineers, SAISA. This is in a way just to improve, to make sure that we improve accountability, and at the same time we improve the skills within the space of the municipalities. The project managers in municipalities or the professionals who are not registered, some of them are registered, some of them are still in a process of registering with the statutory bodies. They receive training, for example, on the GCC, General Conditions of Contract. That is an ongoing training in the province. So it's led by the colleague, my colleague, the provincial program manager, who's facilitating that the SAIS offer those workshops. But at the same time, in this manner, we are trying to be proactive as a province, to have contractors on site that are able to perform, but not to take punitive measures. Because ultimately, remember, if we don't correct the misnomer in municipalities, this will continue. And then with Public Works, we have communicated with Public Works to assist us to reach out to those private service providers. I'm referring to the contractors, together with the consultant, to ensure that on an ongoing basis, they train them together with CIDBs so that they make them aware of developments within the space of government, because they are here to assist us to deliver the services on the ground. That's what we are doing as a province to ensure that we correct and also improve the situation. Thanks.
Thank you. On that note, I think that what you was also missing is the issue that on the side of contractors not doing a good job, but the issue of the payment of the contractors, in particular the SMMEs, are they paid within the period of 30 days? Because there are projects here on the ground where you visit, you find that the SME has provided a service, 90 days down the line, no payment. So no payment to the SME. So how will that SMME going to pay the workers who are supposed to do that. Yeah. I don't know whether in your plan is it there that if people are delinquent on that aspect, you are able to deal with it.
No, on that aspect, municipalities did raise it on the 4th of November to say that the payment method that we have introduced is not assisting. Remember, I'm referring to the people from the infrastructure department, but at the same time, there's this element where municipalities are not collecting revenue, and if they are not collecting revenue on this side, there's money that is lying there. Sometimes they go and get something, then tomorrow they will replace it. But unfortunately, that does not happen. So this method deprive and the opportunity for contractors to adhere to that 30-day period. Because remember, immediately we receive those claims, we process them, and then next month is when that they will receive the funds. So, but we have resolved in that meeting to say, let's reconsider the payment method, but the verification will remain. Let's consider, we'll give them money. Obviously, we will not transfer a lot of tranche, and then they will still account. We'll make sure that whatever that we pay has been verified by MISA. So that is under review by NCOP and also National Treasury. Thanks.
Thank you. Over to Mr. Law.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, on the issue about Nala municipality, where there's resistance from cooperation from the CFO and the MM. Chair, every time when the provincial executive invokes Section 139 in the municipality, it's done as the last resort, wherein the provincial executive would want to maintain stability in municipalities, want to minimize disruption of services to the community. But Section 139, Chair, of the Constitution says that the provincial executive will intervene where the municipality does not or cannot fulfill their executive obligations in terms of the Constitution. But the A part of it, Chair, 1A would say the provincial executive would issue a directive to the municipal council describing the extent to which the failure to fulfill its obligations or any steps required to be met or to be corrected. And in normal circumstances, then the province would come with Section 139(1). The B part of it, Chair, would be where the province would be appointing somebody and would be taking over particular functions and responsibilities. That's a situation where an administrator would be appointed to the municipality. Now, by virtue of Section 139(1)B part of it, the appointment of the administrator, it would take and institutionalize the authority of the administrator in the municipality. So both the MM and the CFO would know that those functions and responsibilities are taken over by virtue of the intervention in that. But the MEC always, what he does with the intervention, he insists that they should be promulgated. The terms of reference should be there. Normally, MEC would be reluctant to do intervention up until the terms of reference are clear. And remember, during the intervention process, the MEC would go to the municipality and say, these are the terms of the intervention. The council would be convened and they would accept the intervention. As the NCOP would also be made aware that this is the intervention and these are the terms of reference. So in doing that, I think the intention of the legislation is to minimize any potential misconduct by virtue of saying there's a gray area in terms of the law. So it's a clearly legislated process about the intervention, Chair. So both the MM and the acting CFO are aware about the terms of reference and they know what is the expectation. In terms of how are we assisting Machabe municipality in terms of filling the accounting officer position, Chair, not only to Machabe but to all municipalities. What we're doing now as the department is that the process of filling vacant positions is we're taking the municipalities' hand and doing the process from the word go, from the process of declaration of a vacancy. We would be with the municipality to the process of, we would provide technical support in terms of the advert to make it a point that the advert meets the requirement in terms of the municipal staff regulations, of 2014. So then we'd be with the municipality because there would be a process plan towards filling the position. And the municipalities would be kept on toes about the process plan to say, you are at this stage, this is what you should have done towards filling the position. So from the word go, advert, verification, shortlisting, interviews and all that, they know the turnaround times. So that is what the process plan does, Chair. So we're not only doing it to Mashabeng, but to all municipalities. To make it a point, Chair, that by the time of appointment, when they do the Resolution 17, meaning ticking the box, they would have done everything right from the word go. So that's what we're attempting to do, Chair. What does the...
No, you may proceed.
I'm sorry. Or how is it possible for municipalities to function without Section 56 officials? Chair, in municipalities, most of the time, when the Section 56 official is not there, then you find people who are acting in that position. So it would be appointment of people who are occupying lower position than the actual 56. That's why the legislation would provide for the first 3 months, municipality would appoint amongst them anybody which requisite skills, experience, and qualification to fulfill that. But upon expiry of the 3 months, then the prerogative to do the appointment rests with the MEC to give concurrence or would second the municipality then does not hold. The law is meant to disabuse municipalities from manipulating the process and continuously appoint people. We've seen in the past, Chairperson, where municipalities would say, okay, so that you do not appoint on a continuous basis and paint yourself into a corner, then somebody would be requested to resign for 2 weeks, then they appoint again. But now the MEC insists to say, upon expiry of first 3 months, then the prerogative rests to the MEC to give concurrence into that acting situation. So that's in terms of the municipal staff regulations, Chair, appointment of senior managers. So in other municipalities, they would have appointed, and then those people, let's say, hypothetically, the 3 months has not expired. They are within their rights to act within the Section 56. But we are saying, in terms of the state of local government assessment, that is part of the contributory factor to create an unstable or unsuitable environment within the municipalities. The ideal municipal environment would be where all Section 56 and 57 positions are filled. Then you know that there is consequence management. People who are occupying those positions are people with skills, with competence, and with experience to occupy those positions here. Yes, I think we've responded to that one about what support are we giving in terms of filling the Section 56 positions. I think HOD, my colleagues have responded to other questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry,
HOD. Just before Ntatelo we pass that question, I just wanted to check on Maluta Pufung, as you said. The MEC also reflected on it. Is there a timeline that at least the process that they are on now in terms of appointing the Section 56 managers, when should that process be completed with? Then on the spaza shops that you made reference to, I took upon myself after the announcement of this 500 billion from million, to go down to the the municipality, especially in Maluti Apofung, where I come from. I've been trying to follow up the progress that the municipality is doing together with CEDA to ensure that at least we do benefit from that fund. But to date, maybe my information is outdated, but whether at the provincial level, do you have now stats that indicate that there has been a spaza shop that has been registered? Because there's been a challenge of the locals as well as the foreigners in terms of capturing data And my fear is that that man will run out before, especially Malutia Pofum, because is the main one. As we will be going there on Thursday, it's something that one would like to verify whether have we made strides in terms of ensuring that there are beneficiaries that we have in that regard. Thank you.
Over to you, Mr.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, on the one about the registration process for sponsorships, unfortunately, with the presentation that we got, we only captured that at a district level. We did not cascade it down to the municipalities, but we will request, I think that information is readily available, Honorable Chair, that we do it on the municipalities. Maybe in particular now that the NCOP will be focusing on Thabo Mofokeng, then we can have for all municipalities within Thabo Mofokeng. We'll make that provision through HOD and MEC. And then on the time frames for the Section 56 appointments in Malutia Pofum, we've got Ndate Bensieri who's ably can respond on that. But I think we do have, Honorable Chair, the process plan. And like yesterday, we had the MSIP meeting in Malutia Pofum. MM was reporting that they are busy with the shortlisting process and they are busy with the verification process. But Ndate maybe would be more capable to respond to that. Thank you.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, honorable members, all protocol observed, and good afternoon, colleagues. Maybe, Chair, if you allow me just to take it a little bit back in terms of the process itself on the appointment of senior managers. The legislation that governs the appointment of senior managers is 11 years old this year. And it's quite, unthinkable that at this juncture, 10 years into the legislation, municipalities still trip over themselves when it comes to the appointment process, which is clearly articulated in law. And to this end, the department has made services available, gone over and beyond to ensure compliance in terms of the appointment process. We've established understanding with municipalities that before they advertise, they must send their advert through to the department for technical advice, so that we don't come at the tail end and say your advert was non-compliant with legislation. Because the moment the advert is non-compliant with legislation, the entire process is flawed. And we've also advised municipalities that we have people available that can be your resource persons during the recruitment and selection process. And because for lack of knowledge or for lack of any other reason, municipalities are not able to tap into this, because our officials from the department are there to ensure that each and every step is compliant and consistent with legislation. And it's very few municipalities that take up that resource. But again, Chair, the department, through its Security Management Directorate, assists municipalities in screening of candidates. I know also this service is also being done through SALGA as well, where municipalities can then send the names and details of the shortlisted candidates through to the department. And on behalf of municipality, the department then conducts the screening and verification of qualifications and all this other vetting that needs to be done. And then we said to municipalities to make sure that when you submit the appointment reports to the MEC, it's submitted within the 14 days and it's complete. We then avail officials again to help package the appointment reports. Yet very few municipalities take up that technical skill, because once a municipality submits reports to the MEC, the reports are either submitted late beyond the 14-day legislated, or they are submitted incomplete, then there becomes a flurry of correspondence from the MEC requesting outstanding documentation. And the other support that we give to municipality is to interpret relevant judgments across the country that has an impact on the appointment process. We are currently studying a judgment from Nongoma, which is causing confusion across the country in terms of the powers of the MEC to second officials. There is now a judgment that came out this month from the Northwest, where, and this is what we tell municipalities. The mere fact you submit reports late to the MEC and the MEC cannot invalidate the appointment within that does not preclude civic organizations, an ordinary man on the street, to take the municipality to task and challenge the validity of the appointment. So there's this judgment from the Northwest that we are busy studying that will show, even after the 14 days, that the MEC must pronounce himself on the validity of the appointment. If it comes to the attention of the MEC 6 months down the line that there was flaws in the appointment process, the MEC can go to court and set aside that appointment, because the judgment of Northwest says the MEC cannot stand by while an illegality has taken place. So the 14 days, but we are going to unpack it and then workshop municipalities on that judgment and all these other judgments. And then in conclusion, the process of appointments are clearly articulated in law. And there's a difference in interpretation. Our contention and belief is that municipalities have 90 days to make an appointment. And then municipalities are reading something else. They will say there is a gap where from the panel, then there is no clearly defined timeframes when council should sit and pronounce itself. But the legislation says a senior manager can only act for 3 months. That on its own tells you that is the time frame that is allowed. And the second 3 months, you must apply and show good cause. The MEC has the prerogative to either accept or reject your application based on reasons advanced. It's not just a given that you will send a letter and say, we've appointed so and so, we hereby extend. Apply and show good cause. And this is the message that we hope we now need to entrench, to say the powers of the MEC to really oversight responsibilities are broad. Once we say the MEC has oversight responsibilities, they are broad. And, we are dealing with a certain situation where they say the MEC does not have powers to second officials. But we are living in interesting legislative times. So that, in a nutshell, 3 months at the most to fill an appointment. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you, Doctor. Any parting shot, acting?
Yes, just quickly, Chair, I think my colleagues have answered comprehensively. I can stand and fall by the responses that they've provided. Yesterday, I received even a letter from the MM of Maluta Pofu requesting that we assist as a department in terms of the composition of the shortlisting team, interviewing teams and whatnot and so on. But I also just want to put on record that we need to correct that Section 56 applications for Maluta Pofu, it's today. The closing date is today, the 18th. Yes, today the 18th. Having said that, I'm fully aware that we might have not responded to one question, and maybe the MEC might address it on the demarcation processes on Kopanong, how far and what is that to be done and what not and so on. If it's not, please bear with us. We'll find another means to respond to it. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, COGTA team. And then, because for the sake of the flow, I'll request the SALGA now to be the one who will respond to the issues raised relevant, because yeah, there's similar issues which are raised between COGTA and yourself.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, something drastic and urgent needs to be done to rescue local government from the face of imminent collapse. Municipalities in particular and local government in general are facing an existential crisis. Very soon, households who are ordinarily voters will ask a pertinent question: what is the need, the use for us to participate in a local government election when we do not get a value for money services? So I'm saying really something drastic has to be done. The deplorable effects which are evident everywhere with regard to low voter turnout speaks to this. If you were to compare in a by-election, to compare registered voters and people who participated in who casted their votes, there's a huge difference. So I'm really saying something drastic and urgent must be done to save this sphere of local government, but also to save institutions which are required by law to provide services to the households. I want to answer the question raised by Honorable Makesini. I want to make an example. I normally get into trouble with my colleagues when I use this example. So please, Honorable Makesini, don't use it elsewhere. They will know that you took it from me. One is, it is the absence of political willingness. SALGA nationally, in the PEC of SALGA, you've got mayors, speakers, chief whips, and very important councillors who serve in the NEC of SALGA. Now, SALGA to date, the AG released a 2023-2024 audit outcomes, and for the 13th year in consecutive, SALGA has received a clean audit. 13th year. Now I'm asking myself, why is it that these mayors, speakers, and deputy mayors are not able to replicate the same performance in their own individual institutions? If they serve nationally and they are able to produce this good welcome, why is it that it is difficult for them to replicate such a performance in their own individual institutions? So if they are not able to do that, it means there's a virtual absence of political willingness on their part to improve their own municipalities. Or if at least they do exercise some caution, it means there's poor and weak management in their own institutions. So the two can account for the continuing results in different municipalities, where year in and year out, the same audit opinion, very adverse, is arrived at by the AG's office. For 9 years, COGTA nationally did not produce a good result. The Auditor General has expressed a qualified audit outcome for 9 years. Now it does not speak good. If a an institution such as COCTA nationally has got to produce a good conduct which must be emulated by different municipalities, it means something is not right. Because the very municipalities that are required by everybody to produce this good outcome, they are led by a government institution, a government department, which does not inspire confidence, produce the same conduct outcome which is found in the national department. It was only after, in fact, in last year's audit outcomes, that at least a different outcome nationally, after 9 years, that the department received a different good audit outcome. So I'm just saying something drastic must be done. Cooperative governance must not be symbolic. National and provincial departments must intervene when necessary, cooperate when necessary, but municipalities must also appreciate these collaborations so that we can improve the quality of our local government system. Just on the last 2 points that were raised, we do not withdraw our support to municipalities. Even when they stray from the paying their levies and subscriptions to us, we nonetheless continue to provide for those services. Where there are problems between the elected leadership of the institution in the person of a chairperson of an MPEG and the council, honestly, SALGA does not interfere. We can only encourage members to behave and insulate themselves from factional battles, but we do not interfere. We are aware that in certain instances, certain chairpersons of MPEGs are prohibited by a council to submit their reports simply because the report does not contain good results against the mayor or the mayoral committee. But we insist that members of the mayoral committee, in fact, of the MPEG, must be given the respect they deserve so that they can act with confidence and submit reports which are credible, so that those reports can at least enable the municipality to arrive at a different audit opinion. So yes, we are aware of such challenges in different municipalities where there's conflict of interest between MPEG chairpersons and certain councillors, particularly in the form of MEICOs, but we do encourage our councillors to respect the very institutions which have been entrusted by law to help us arrive at a clean, in fact, a sound governance and prudent financial management. Thank you, Chair. I don't know if...
Is your team, Salga, satisfied with the response of the... All right, thank you. Over to AG.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Yeah, I think just for me, before I respond directly to the certificate of debt, I just want, based on to follow the discussion that ensued currently. I hear the honorable members are concerned about the financial state of the municipalities in the province, which is very true. And I know that the presentation that I went through, it was the one that was just focusing to Maruta Pofong. But if you look at the presentation that we prepared at a provincial level, you go to slide 11, we give a state that is very concerning, because we are saying that about 76% of the municipalities in the province, in terms of the financial health assessment that we have done, it's either it is require immediate intervention or it is highly concerning. And we also speak there about the concerns around about the underspending of the conditional grants. And end of the 2024, we highlighted in the province about 25 million of the grants were not spent. Therefore, we have to take it back to the fiscus. Also, the discipline around about the issues of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and also including to the fact that the municipalities are unable to pay on time most of the time. As a result, there's an interest that is charged because they are delaying. So you're looking at expenditure that could have been avoided, which is about 1.1 billion. We also highlighted the liabilities that they have, which means that they are committing the funds, which with the result that those commitments are starting to take up of the budget of the next financial year, which is taking already about 50% of your next budget because of the commitment that you made in that particular year. Creditors that are not paid on time in excess of 120 days. And so there's quite a lot of concerning when you're looking at that. And also in slide 12, we also highlighted the challenges around about the infrastructure delivery, which the municipalities have high vacancy rate in the infrastructure directorate, so that we are able to provide and deliver the proper infrastructure, the issues of the lack of managing the performance of the employees, with the result that the consequences are not implemented to improve, lack of the standard operating procedures to improve the delivery. So I thought, let me just highlight those because I know is the issues that will definitely be touching to some of your visit that you'll be doing when you visit some of the municipalities that you're visiting. To come directly and respond to the certificate of debt, the way that we see from the AGSA side, to issue a certificate of debt is a set state, because it means after you escalated to different role players in the accountability ecosystem, those role players didn't do what they're supposed to do. So when we identified a material irregularity, after we've given the accounting officer multiple chances for that accounting officer to respond, we escalate. In the event of the municipality, we do escalate to the mayors, we escalate to the council because we made the council aware that there's a certificate of debt which the accounting officer is not responding. We go beyond the council and escalate to the MECs up to the level of the premier. Same applies when we're looking from the from the provincial perspective. So if you're getting to the certificate of debt, actually means that all those rail players did not discharge their responsibilities, irrespective of whether they were made aware that there is the material irregularity that they need to intervene to. So we don't really celebrate because it means that there's a lot of failures, something that needs to be attended to. But if those rail players are not taking their responsibility, it gives us no choice but to start really make sure that we implement those enforcement powers. I must say that as much as we don't have the certificate of debt yet in the province, there was an instance of some of the suppliers that were arrested in the Machabeng area because of the referral that we made through this instrument to the DPCI. So there was that was done. I can say that because we have to go follow through the process and make sure that we give all the road players the opportunity to fulfill or discharge their responsibilities. I know here in the province, yes, we don't have the certificate, but I know there is a notice that has already been issued on the reason why we should not issue the certificate of debt. So after that process has been finalized, maybe we'll, at some point we'll see that if the action is not properly addressed. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, the Office of the AG. I think that we've come to an end of item 4 and 5. And then I think that the input and the responses were very comprehensive. Now we're supposed to have gone to lunch at about 13 hours. And then at 14 hours, we're supposed to take other presentations from the metro and also from the district mayor of Thabo Mfutsanyana. You're welcome, madam. You're welcome to this meeting. So let's break. I don't know what arrangement has been made. Am I right? All right, thank you. So can we break out for lunch? The MEC will close at the end because the district municipality and the metro, they still account to him. You must get the inputs from them so that he closes up everything. So without further ado, let's go and break for lunch and then we'll come back at exactly at 5 to 2 so that we can start at 2. Thank you, guys. presentation. The first presentation is going to come, not the only presentation actually, is going to come from the Metro Mayor, and then we'll ask the mayor of the district of Thabo Mpumalanga to come and greet us and tell us that whether we are welcome in Thabo Mpumalanga tomorrow. So can someone please provide space for the two mayors so that they can have space where they can speak to the mic? Is the elderman Ntatisi anywhere next to the room? Hey, colleagues, the time is up now. It is 1 minute to 2, and then we are going to the second phase of our day. Because the mayor of the district of Thabo Mpumalanga is here, and then we got all the presentations which we had during this morning, but we'll never allow her a chance to leave this room without gracing us with her voice. So without further ado, let's start the afternoon program now. I'll request the mayor of Thabo Mpumalanga, Mayor Konim Sibi, to just present a thing or two to us. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon to honorable members. And I would like to greet everyone in the house from COCTA, MEC COCTA, and the officials as well as the mayor, executive mayor from Mangaung. I would like to say, because I really appreciate the moment that has been given to me, just to echo a sentiment to say we are really pleased as the district on behalf of Thabo Mpumalanga, because I just came here to come and give support and also to get the gist of what is it that the committee or what is it that we will be expecting when you come to Thabo Mpumalanga. Reports have been presented on behalf of all the municipalities in the province by the MEC by COGTA, and we are, as Thabo Mofusanyane, we are part thereof, and then also to say what is it that we are doing as the district municipality. Anyway, we are all accountable to COGTA, as well as the local municipalities, they account directly to COGTA. So we as the district municipalities, with non-functions that are being transferred to, that are being taken from us and are with the province. So as the district municipalities in the Free State, on behalf of all district municipalities in the Free State, will request that all committees, they do come to the Free State and we do the presentation to say we need our functions back as the district municipalities, because any funding follows the function. So if we don't have function as the district municipalities, there's absolutely nothing that we can do in order to support the local municipalities. So we cannot be saying, putting this forth every time, but nothing is being happening. So we will request that should be taken serious, because we are seen as, I don't want to use, for a lack of better word, being useless by the local municipalities, because if you cannot provide support, you cannot give them support, there's absolutely nothing can do. The only thing that we do is through our forums, those forums that we have, the mayoral forum, where we will have to understand what is happening in those local municipalities, their challenge, with their challenges. But they will come up with the challenges, but there's absolutely nothing that we can help them with. So we hope that as you are going around the district, the provinces, it is only the Free State province that the district do not have their functions. So we think that that will not end here on this, around this table, but we'll take it when you go back. We really need that, because now we are nearing the term of this term, but nothing has happened. And secondly, we really appreciate the presentations that have been done on our behalf, because even Salga and the presentations of the document that they're having as municipalities, we are well aware of, and we are saying, actually, ka Sesotho ne re tlo kopanya, ne ke batla ho kopanya mahlo le lona, so that when you arrive at Thabo Mofutshanyane, ha re makallane, ha re makallane, ke la bona o so decide hore o ya tswa le lelapa le ya Dubai, ha o wa fihla mo o tsamaya le bana, ha o makala hore hela building e kana le makala le bana kaofela, o thole mme le bana le ntate. So ne ke sa batle ho etsahale ntho eo. So I wanted to, when I must come here, so that when I go back, my kids back there, the MMCs that we have left back, and councillors, we are not being taken, we are not being surprised, or what is it actually that you expect from us as Thabo Mofusanyane District Municipality. So we are really waiting. We will be expecting you, and all the preparations are in place. So you will be welcome in Thabo Mofusanyane. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Executive Mayor of Thabo Mofusanyane. Executive Mayor without functions is very bad. But it's good that you are raising it, because it must also go to the report which we are going to present to the NCOP, because it cannot be right that acting HOD, the MEC is not here, that they cannot function. I recall when we had the district mayors in the past, there was a budget, actually the budgets were there. We were able to intervene in the municipalities if there were challenges. So I think that part of working together from all the spheres of government, it must be done. Thank you, ma'am, for your input, and you're welcome. Without further ado, now I'll go to the executive mayor of the only metro we have in the province. The only metro we have, I think that we must lead by example. It's very unfortunate that he came in here when the COGTA is already presented, but I think that we will be able to raise, just like the issue of third-party payments, they come very sharply here. We must be able to provide an answer, because if ESCOM is not being paid, if the pensions are not being paid, it means that they're dealing with the dignity of the people. So, but I think the executive mayor is not here, but we're not dealing with that. We're dealing with smart cities. We want to see whether our metro is very smart, as it purpose want to be. Over to you, Honorable Mr. Mtatis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me also thank the members of the Portfolio Committee. I see our MEC was here, and the
HODs that are around my colleague Mayor and, and rise on the protocol established, Chairperson. And I'm worried about the time allocated and looking at the voluminous document that has been prepared by the Metro to present before you, and I am with the city manager with me. Safe to say, I just want to say the committee need to understand that our Metro is still under Section 139, subsection 7, A and C. Although the intervention team is no longer with us, we are on our own, and that particular declaration is still standing on our way in terms of doing some of the duties. And also noting that we literally are a metro that emerged from a difficult past. So some of the efforts that we're going to put in place are informed by the financial recovery plan as left to us by those that came from the Cabinet Rep Committee. So I wouldn't want to take much time, Chairperson. Perhaps we would actually weigh on the issues that would come that would speak to now questions. Let me ask the city manager to really flow with the tide and ensure that we apply our mind in accordance with what is put before us. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Ntatisi. I think that I must also declare that because we still have to go to Thabo Mfusayana, we'll have appreciated a situation by 3 o'clock we're done. So if the presentation can be 30 minutes and the engagement be 30 minutes, I think to be adequate enough. Over to you, MM.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, honorable members, executive mayors present here, the MEC and all protocol observed, the colleagues. My name is Lomore. I'm here with one of the managers in our ICT division, Mr. Alfred Jangelson. So we are going to make this presentation. I don't think it will go beyond 30 minutes. I don't know who's moving the presentation. If you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, this is the overview we can pass. The city's vision, of course, which also drives our approach to smart city, is a globally safe and attractive to live, work, and invest in. Can go to the next slide. In realizing this priority, the city is having 5 IDP strategic development objectives as outlined below, which is spatial transformation, implement an integrated and targeted strategy that transforms the spatial and economic legacy of Mangaung, economic growth, boost economic development by strengthening organizational performance, service delivery improvement, strengthen service delivery as a priority for economic growth, financial health improvement, implement a financial recovery plan that rebuilds financial strength, and of course organizational strength, which strengthens the organization at the heart of it all. We can go to the next slide. So our approach is not a typical single large-scale under construction smart city development like your waterfall city or southern farms in Johannesburg. Basically, we've had those presentations with people saying we can turn this into a smart city with the concepts as outlined in the bigger metros. But I think as the executive mayor reflected, we must first take care of the basics. So it's a built-in type of smart city rather than a typical saying this is smart city, we are going to deal with it. So it's integrated into the Mangaung's long-term planning documents, such as your IDP and spatial development framework. So Mangaung, in its adopted IDP, which was reviewed recently, committed itself to incrementally promote the establishment of digital transformation concept, which focuses on utilizing information and communications technology to advance economic development, safety and security, governance, environmental management, transport and other things. Whereas it was always the strategic intent of the Metro, including the administration in the direction of the digital transformation principles and generally setting the city firmly en route towards the 4th industrial revolution, we are facing increasing pressure to deliver high quality ICT service delivery. The goal is to create a paperless municipality by introducing e-processes and digital solutions to enhance efficiency in governance and service delivery. I must say we are moving faster on this element of e-governance towards that paperless organization. We are moving faster into that. Economic development, the smart city principles are intended to advance local economic growth. Infrastructure improvement, the municipality aims to attract investments for critical infrastructure development like your water, sanitation, roads and energy through the initiatives like the 2025 Investment Summit, which aligns with the broader smart city goals. We have are already working with one of the big companies, Vodacom, in this instance for this one. We'll be doing the leak detections and other things through the smart technologies. So we are busy working on the MAUs in that regard. Fourth Industrial Revolution alignment, Mangaung aims to position itself for the fourth industrial revolution by reskilling its workforce and preparing for a digital force. That's one element. I think all big organizations now, they are reskilling their workforce to understand the other elements, not just the hands part. Sustainability, the concept includes developing a low carbon sustainable energy future and an efficient public transport system. Can go into the next slide. With technology rapidly evolving, the greatest challenge is maintaining a modern and an efficient environment for the city. So the team is often involved in managing complex array of legacy systems, diverse applications and fragmented ICT operations that is complex to coordinate and optimize. I think there was a time a year or two ago where we had 3 systems which I can say were competing with each other, but we are working towards just one coordinated system as the city rather than having various systems. So as the metro navigate the increasing digital demands, having a structured strategic approach will ensure long-term success while minimizing the risks associated with the very transformation. Can go to the next one. The 3-year ICT strategic plan and implementation roadmap will provide a structured approach to modernization, covering Mangaung Metro strategic objectives to avoid misaligned implementation efforts. Therefore, the aligned ICT and Mangaung Metro objectives will assist with well-structured project coordination and ICT value delivery, ensuring optimized operation stakeholder engagements through M-Score implementation roadmap, sustainable digital innovation, and long-term benefit realization. Next slide. So the strategic areas, the ICT governance, we can say the outcomes. I'll just mention the strategic focus area and the outcomes. Develop ICT policies and framework for council approval. Establish and convene ICT steering committee, ICT operations committee to improve oversight and accountability. These structures are already there, the policy already there. Technology adoption, integration and optimization, interface AI, IoT capabilities, implement cloud-first solutions, converge infrastructure, e.g. broadband and VoIP, integrate fragmentation system to enhance collaboration, disaster recovery as a service, optimize the use of development management system on improving record keeping. So that's part of the direction we want to take, particularly the issues in relation to document management. Thanks. Next slide. Okay, the digital operations and processes. We've got M-Score project implementation, ITCM implementation to enhance ICT service management, ICT controls and operations, cyber security and risk management. You know that Mangaung is exposed largely to cyber security quite often. So we are covering that side. In that regard, we are implementing identity and access management. We are advanced with regard to that. intelligent threat detection and prevention solution, data leak prevention, POPI Act measures compliance. So this is a project also that is unfolding in the city. Digital talent and culture shift. As I've reflected, I think it was on the second or third bullet, upskilling and reskilling of ICT staff, digital literacy programs, proper coordination of ICT project alignment to business collaborative efforts, innovative and customer-centric teams. The relevance of providing training, sometimes you may be seated with tools of trade, but you may not even know how these tools work. So we are continuing with the training as well across the board. Thanks. Next slide. Monitoring and measuring digital success, track digital project value, ad creation, benefit realization, customer satisfaction feedback. This one also is unfolding. So with regard to progress on ICT governance, the Council has approved the corporate governance of ICT framework, detailing roles, responsibilities, decision-making rights, and organizational structure to ensure accountability and alignment with strategic objectives. It defines critical ICT functions and assigns responsibilities across political, executive, and operational levels, supported by governance rules and committees such as Executive Management Team, ICT Steering Committee, which I chair, an ICT Operational Committee, Governance Champion, which is myself, and HOD Corporate Services, CTO, and all ICT managers. This framework establishes the principles, practices, and governance systems necessary to ensure ICT is strategically aligned with the municipality's objectives, enhances service delivery, and addresses performance and compliance gaps identified by the Auditor General. It mandates executive management involvement and introduces mechanisms for ICT planning, monitoring, and evaluation. So all ICT projects exceeding 10 million or impacting multiple departments are supported by approved business cases with relevant policies guiding ICT services management and end user conduct. We can go to the next slide, please. Okay, the Council also approved the following key ICT documents for Mangaung project management guidelines. The guidelines provide a structured approach to planning, prioritizing, and governing ICT projects to align with the municipality's strategic objectives. It emphasizes portfolio and program management for efficient resource allocations, requires clear governance roles, and mandate an approved business case for each project, detailing scope, benefits, and risk mitigations. So projects must be monitored for alignment with the ICT plan and evaluated through a formal closeout process to confirm value realization. So the business case guidelines, these guidelines ensure that all ICT projects exceeding 10 million or spanning multiple departments have documented justification aligned with municipality strategic objectives. A business case evaluates the viability of an initiative by outlining its scope, cost, timeliness, resource needs, benefits, and risk mitigation measures. It serves as the base for project approval, funding, and monitoring throughout the life cycle. Developing a business case promotes accountability, transparency, and informed decision-making, reduces the risk of project failure, and ensuring ICT investments deliver measures value and improve service delivery. So 18th, supply chain management policy. Effective and efficient service delivery requires the integration of systems and processes, including supply chain management as prescribed in Section 110 of the MFMA. So our ICT development actually cuts across all the services that we reflected on, including the economic beneficiation. We can go to the next one. The Council has approved the cyber security framework. So the fundamental objective of the cyber security framework is to provide structured approaches to managing security, such as the protection of cities' digital assets, ensure operational continuity, and maintain customer trust. Cyber security frameworks provide the crucial foundation for achieving the following: risk management, regulatory compliance, operational efficiency, as well as building trust. I think I hammered sufficiently on these items in the previous slides. Can go into the next one. The following projects are completed. The city reviewed its license model and replaced the legacy on-premises licenses to Microsoft 365 cloud-based software license. When you have cloud-based, it means that there is sufficient safety and protection of your data, rather than when it's only server-based. Migrated some of the services that were hosted by the city's data center to the Microsoft Azure M private cloud. Migrated email services to cloud-based email platform, as I reflected. When they are cloud-based, there is much more safety. There's no one that will come and steal your information by stealing server. I don't know if you know that the first breach of our systems happened several years ago, where people just came and stole some parts of the server. So we are moving into the cloud-based. Converged infrastructure to integrate fragmented system, e.g. broadband and VoIP. A service provider has recently been appointed for the network infrastructure upgrade and implementation throughout the 7 towns under Mangaung, and the first phase of the project is underway. The appointment of the internet service provider for last mile connectivity and VoIP is ensuing. As well, private cloud infrastructure for M. As well, lending zone configuration and security management is part of that. Can go into the next. The following projects are in progress. Social media sentiment and insights for Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality. The overarching goal is to enable the city through its social media sentiment and insight project, design and implement a secure Azure native analytics environment, and to collect, process, analyze and visualize sentiment and engagement data from official municipal social media account platforms. The solution will support daily and weekly reporting, enable better citizen engagement, and strengthen Mangaung's reputation management through actionable data-driven insights. This is one thing we've been missing as the city, but we are allowing it to unfold. So a centralized Power BI sentiment dashboard published weekly for communication services operations, as well as executive management. Early detection of service delivery issues and trending complaints. Clear measurement of public sentiment and engagement over time. So this is where we are saying, what is the mood? How can we respond to the mood of the communities or the society? As well, all AI language service detection, e.g. Sesotho, Setswana, isiXhosa, Afrikaans, Zulu into English. Classify each post into municipal lines, water, sanitation, electricity, roads, billing, refuse collection, disaster management, as well as public safety. The project go live preparation and handover is anticipated to be the 28th of November, which is few days from now. So the contract management system, the project is 90% complete and demoed to the user departments in February 2026. So we can expect the project to be really alive around that period. Charge book, in relation to the traffic department, it is one of the issue that we have had findings over for several years. So it's now becoming part of our smart city project. Project is 90% complete, digitization and plan to go live by February 2026. Automation of internal controls for issued fines and issuing of fine books, including digitization of weekly reporting. All 7 towns. The 2 modules are at planning phase. So we won't be taking calls from anyone saying, can you please rub off my ticket? So there won't be tickets that will be rubbed off. Council management system modernization is in planning phase and user requirement gathering is ensuing and plan to go live 31 March 2026. Business processes automation phase 1 is in the progress and is expected to be completed by 31 March. Letters, contracts, circulars, e-forms, e-submissions, memo letters, circulars, policies, committee and meetings management, all those issues that have been mentioned there In essence, what has been presented to me is that with this approach, the leakage or disappearance of documents would be the thing of the past from Mangaung, except those who are authorized to deal with information. Can go into the next one. Integrated Digital Contact Center. The project is at the initial stage. Engagement meetings has taken place with internal stakeholders to address system requirements. Essentially, we are going to go AI with regard to, for instance, our call center. You won't need to have all the time warm bodies answering questions and all that, and people having to come to our offices to get all the information. So we are going digital with regard to those processes. Our smart interactive website, we're actually incidentally discussing it as we were coming with Alfred here. The redesign of the city's website, parallel processes such as gathering of content from all user departments. So, we are anticipating that by the 31st of March, we'll have a very massively interactive type of website in Mangaung. Digital operations and processes. These are mainly the modules that we are utilizing as the city, the ICT related modules. I think let me not go through that. It's part of the slides. We can go into the next slide. Yeah, we'll include the issues such as e-billing and others. So you can see it cuts across all processes of the city, human resource management, inventory stores, as well as issues in relation to payroll. One of the key issues that we have been faced with as the city is the payroll management. That's why at times you would see people going to the streets to demand their overtime, to demand many other issues. So we are digitizing those processes. But the processes are met with, they say garbage in, garbage out. They are also being meshed by the systems improvement from the side of the user departments. We can go into the next slide. Yeah, is the progress. Supply chain, new additions to the existing agreements. So it has not yet moved, but we anticipate, I think, we're anticipating to go live October 2025. I think we'll need to improve that information because I don't think we are there yet. We'll confirm this information. Next slide. Corporate governance. I think, yes, I have touched on the other issues. Performance management is central. So it's earmarked for implementation in the current year. Performance management and consequence management systems, if it's just kept on the papers, there are limited chances that you can ensure consequence management. But when we start holding people accountable through digital footprint, it enhances that. Indigent household register is one of the items. We must get one module that will help us manage the indigent register. Is one critical issue that we've been having issues on with the AG, but it's going to cancel one to enable us to procure more modules from one of the evergreen contracts, because council gave us took a decision that we must review some of these evergreen contracts, so we couldn't just put it in without taking it back to council, so that we can utilize one of these evergreen contracts to work on the issue of indigence. We can go into the next slide. It's a whole lot of information, project accounting, accounting, costing and reporting, financial accounting, all the modules relating to finances, full asset lifecycle management and maintenance management. So these are the modules that we are going to introduce as part of our modernization or digitization. You can go into the next slide, please. This one, I'm not sure if you are able to see, but you can read through the presentation. I can, okay. Yeah, I must wrap up now. I think we can keep the slide. Land use and building control. You can see even the billing. We are 100% now, but not GIS powered. So that's the digitization of operations. We can go into the next one. And security, antivirus and malware protection. All these issues that are regarded as a threat to our digital or our information as the city are also reflected there. I think I'm 2-3 slides away. You can go into the next slide. Phase 1 of the project not started, data security and encryption. So we're anticipating to start this project January 2026 and end February 2026. Network micromanagement, microsegmentation. We anticipate to start it by March 2026. It talks to firewalls and other things. Can go into the next slides. So the officials have been trained on the Orbit system to optimize the use of document management system. So we are doing it department by department. So inadequate skill set to deploy Microsoft technology and expedite the city modernization program. The city has enabled strategic placement of learners through PPP for 12 months, commencing before end of November 2025. So those are the groups that we are going to train. I think we can pass. So in conclusion, Mangaung Smart City Project is a roadmap for modernizing the existing area through technological integration and strategic planning rather than building a new smart city from scratch. The municipality has collaborated with institutions like the CUT to help realize these goals. The city family en route towards the 4th industrial regulations. We are facing increasing pressure to deliver high quality ICT services while managing limited resources and inadequate budget. Thank you, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, City Manager, for a comprehensive presentation you've just made. Is there any addition, Mr. Ntatis, you want to add?
I think we're fine, Chairperson. What we could do bit on the time you said, probably could be questions coming our way. And yeah.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. The delegates, Makesini, Priet, Skirkochel, Nuwe, Honorable Jokelsen, the presentation has been made. Now I start from the extreme left. Dr. Skirkochel.
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to start off by thank you for the presentation. I just want to find out that what is the council is there to do oversight over the administration, and I've been made aware that councillors would like to have oversight over the ICT centre and has been declined. So what is the role of council if councillors are declined to do oversight? So if I can have a response on why are councillors being declined to do oversight, because that's, well, when I was a councillor, that's our job. Then I want to find out how does the ICT support continuing of service delivery in water, electricity, sanitation during when there's outages or when there is attacks on the service? How would that? What is the continuing plan to ensure that it will go on? Does the city have an offline fallback process when systems fail? Because the thing is, if we are going to go onto a cloud and we're going to be online the whole time, so what happens when that happens? Then what protections are in place? I think you touched on it, but like more details for smartphones and devices used by employees. Are all the licenses up to date to prevent those things from happening? Then, as I go on, what percentage of employees have completed the orbit training and are actively using using DMS, the document management system? So what is the percentage of what's happening with that? Then I think you also mentioned it when there was that breach, but has there been a full report on full cybersecurity assessment, and has it been tabled before council? Will it be tabled before council yet again, because council is there to do oversight? Then what is the disaster recovery and business continuity plan status, and when was it last tested? I think you mentioned with Poppy Act, so I'm not going to go into that too much. And then, is the integrated digital contact center on track for March, 2025 to go live, and which is already there? So I just want to know what's happening with that. Then my second last question, Chair. Has every ICT project above 10 million been accompanied with a business case as required? And the last question, are the minutes and the resolutions of the ICT steering committee available and regularly tabled to council? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Doctor. Honorable Brett.
Thank you, Chairperson, and I want to thank the City Manager for the presentation. I don't have as an extensive list of questions as my colleague, but I will be, and I will try to be brief. In terms of the timeframes of the deadlines put, certain of them have, do have deadlines, but I'm thinking of a lot of the digitization that is in the planning phase doesn't have a deadline. So by when are we looking at fully having completed the move over the smart city? What can we expect? And then I also want to know, is this whole project, if I can call it just a big project in general, is this funded? And how are we looking at funding this if it is not funded? In terms of the digitization, I think it's great. We've visited some municipalities, and I know my parents who stay in the Western Cape have apps, and they've got WhatsApps that directly speak, and they've got notifications on their apps to communicate with residents. What are you looking at, and what are the plans in terms of communication with residents and that back and forth highway? Because I know you spoke of, daily reports to ensure that the municipality, everybody knows what's happening on. And I have to say, I actually have a councillor in this municipality who works in IT, and he went to, I think it's Mossel Bay, and where they have a whole nerve center, which they have like multiple TV screens sitting there, and they speak with SAPs, and SAP sits there, and the armed response sits there, and the municipality sits there, and DWS sits there, and everybody in real time can see what's happening and working. And when talking about smart cities and the implementation of these things, that's kind of what I see, and envisioning that we have this whole nerve center and this whole war room for the municipality to work in. So I would like to know, are you looking at those integrations? Because it's important to, important to look at your ICT and the protection thereof. I mean, way back when I started out in politics, I also worked in the municipality, and I know the amount of data breaches and ICT breaches we had was quite horrific. So I want to find out how are you addressing that, and how also then are you ensuring, Chairperson, a big problem I remember having way back when was ghost staff and staff who no longer work at the municipality, but who still has access to the municipality and municipal accounts. And I want to know, how far is that? Because I remember having left the municipality 3 years ago, and by chance having to use my finger once, and this was way back in 2011, with finger scanners, and it still worked. So that's my background, so I just want to know. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Makesine.
Thanks, Chairperson. Let me welcome the presentation it sounds good. The only thing that I want to check is whether they do believe, because when he was the MM was making presentation, in other slide they was saying he was told the things that they used to happen, they won't happen again. Do they believe to this smart city that will cover all the 7 towns? Because we know part of your 7 towns are rural areas. Do you have the proper infrastructure in Webinar, Diverstrop, Lubomsabelo, in the rural part of Tabantu? Because we can applaud the municipality that they have came with a good idea. But if all the 7 towns of Mangaung and all the wards, 51 wards of Mangaung, they don't have enough infrastructure. This thing must not benefit the affluent areas. It must also go to the rural, deep rural of Mangaung. We understand, Mayor, we are a metro, but the reality of the matter is as Lalin in other areas as NINS. So we want to check the infrastructure where we covered all the wards. And do you really believe, because we don't want tomorrow when these things are not happening, you come back, you said you were told, you were not sure. Do you believe on this system that we are introducing to ourselves? Because we don't want 10 years to come, then we put blame to other people. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Makesini. Honorable Noor.
Thank you, Chair. Let me also acknowledge the presentation, but let me first start with Thabo Mofutsenyana, the Executive Mayor's comments on the usurped functions by the province. Just want to establish, because we are still in office, all of us as the municipality, whereas functions have been taken over. I want to imagine that it's not everything else that has been taken over, whether the mayor has probably at some stage made some representation to the department in relation with that, and what was the response of whether can also tabulate those areas where you have been made unable to execute your mandate because of the decision that the province probably will have taken and disempowered you to do your work. On the Mangaung Chair, I want to acknowledge that at least the Executive Mayor, in his opening remark, he made reference to the Section 139. But I tried to look into it because he referred to A and C, both of them. And still, while they are under that section, but currently they are on their own. So in effect, what does that then mean, and where does it put the municipality in relation with that? Now, considering this new smart city, which seems to be an approach that will change the face of the municipality, but I didn't hear where probably you indicate how then it will assist the municipality to rescue it out of the Section 139, as it were. There's no clarity or reference to that effect. And then, Chair, also to establish to what extent is it going to affect your employee complement? Because it's like somehow you will replace warm bodies, and whether that has been also engaged with the labor unions. Are they on board as far as to the extent and the effect of the new system it will have on the employees? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Noor. Any take, Honorable Shekelson?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not the chair of the committee. The chair of the committee of COPTA isn't here today. Just to correct that, Chair, my question relates to Honorable Makasini's, and that is to do with connectivity. Because as she mentioned, it's the Mangaung has large rural areas where there isn't necessarily connectivity for residents or for the municipality, and one gets tired of contacting government departments and then they say, sorry, we're offline. You know, it's a very frustrating thing for residents who need assistance or services from that institution. Chair, my question is just briefly the costing of this. What is it going to cost per item? And then the time frames for the rollout. What are the time frames for that? And then just a warning, Chair, we must watch very carefully Mangaung, who the contractors are going to be and how they're going to be appointed. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shakelson. There's one comeback which Honorable wants to make.
My apologies, maybe old age is catching up. Executive Mayor and the team, we were presented here with your state of finances. And really, it doesn't look good when it comes to the areas on pension contribution, areas on SARS payments, water boards, ESCOM, all of them. You are in the red. How does, again, this new smart city will respond in terms of assisting you to get out of that debt? It doesn't look good at all. Can you also explain your response as far as that is concerned? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Delegates and Honorable Shakelson. I think that the smart city is the way to go. Actually, if you want to minimize even corruption, the issue of going the ICT way is the best. Actually, some countries, when even dealing with the tenders, the people don't deal with people. They deal with the computers and the system. So it's able to track everything on real time. So I think that is a good move, that the city is moving in that direction. But as my colleagues have raised, is it practical? Is it going to be implementable? Are there sufficient funds to deal with that? As Honorable Noor has just raised, but it's up to you to answer everything which is. Over to you, Mr. Ndatis.
Chairperson, let me take the request the officials to deal with some questions, then I'll deal with those that they would have not dealt with them. I did indicate which are those that they should actually leave behind. As a way of closing our presentation, perhaps you guys can deal with those technical ones that are before you. Thank you.
Okay, I've got Mr. Jankelson here. He will deal with most technically positions. I'll deal on issues. I brought your relative.
I'm the only Jankos. I don't know who this imposter is.
Thank you, Chair. My surname is Jenkinson. Jenkinson, the English one. It's very close. Thank you. Okay, there's a whole list of questions here. I noted them down. Let me start quickly going through them. ITC support, when attacks happen, what do we do when things go offline, the fallback, the support. We entered with Microsoft into an E5 license agreement. A lot of the services that comes with this E5 enterprise agreement includes high-level security, backup services. There is Microsoft Defender. There's actually a lot of modules and functions included and extra with this license. What we also have put in place, look, when an attack happens, we must now see, is it the electricity that is gone? Is it the connectivity that is gone? Is it the physical database? Is it the server that was attacked? Was the data encrypted? So it depends on what kind of fallback we are talking about. But in general, let's say we get attacked tonight. Let's make an example, our web server. Our web server is already in the cloud. It's in the Azure platform environment. All these security features have already been activated. We've been running in the cloud since June. We haven't had any breaches or attempts. So Microsoft, with their 99.98% uptime, they actually guarantee these services will continue. If we look at the power failures, there is backup generators that we actually service and keep in different locations. Those supply then electricity to wherever we need electricity. And then also the same goes for connectivity. If there's no electricity, most of the routers and systems do not connect to each other. So those are, in a nutshell, fallback mechanisms that's in place when we happen to have a disaster and we need to go and continue support. Also, a lot of the data, like in the Microsoft Office product range, the data itself gets synced to the desktop PC or the laptop of the user. So if they do not have connectivity for a short period of time, they still do have access to their own files on their computers. That's one of Microsoft's sync functionalities. What comes also with it, the second question asked if devices are connected, what protects the network and the municipality from individuals that just connects unwanted or any device onto our network for somehow. It has been configured that in our IP ranges and our firewalls, nobody can just come and connect onto the network. There's a formal procedure, it's documented in our policies, there's a form that must be completed and signed, there's a role-based access management. It's taken very seriously. It's not just let's sign and give anyone access, now you've got email. It depends on which system do you need access on, which fields do you actually need viewing rights or editing rights or maybe deletion or purge rights. But those role-based access management together with the Microsoft identity management are in place. And those are actually what makes us control all devices that is actually plugged in and linked on our network. What percentage of employees have been trained on Orbit? That I cannot answer out of my head what percentage, but I can mention that it hasn't just been one occasion. There has been multiple occasions where training has been, especially refresher training when new employees join. But we have our business information unit that is responsible for all systems, from our financial solar to our payday systems that undergoes training on a regular basis to make sure that employees understand the system and comply with the rules that's connected to the systems. Cybersecurity assessment done. Not too long ago, about maybe 2 months ago, we had a penetration testing. There was reports generated to look at our security posture. They did tests. The reports are available for that. So we are doing that kind of security assessments, especially after the Auditor General made us aware the previous financial years. We have a schedule where we actually schedule these important events to make sure that we have our security posture in line. What is the disaster recovery and business continuity? We have a document that this actually explains our disaster recovery procedures and our business continuity. Inside there is specifications around data backups, data storage. Yeah, the whole area actually is covered around that specific two areas. So there is documents and policies in place for that. Our contact center is scheduled to go live in March, and it is on track. There's been a lot of work done. In all the user departments, there's been participation sessions to get all the requirements, because this is a fully, very comprehensive solution. It doesn't only deal with when you call and you need the fire department. This is when you call and you want immediate assistance with your billing or your statement on your municipal account. And the requirements checklist it's quite big at this moment. I think there was 385 requirements. It's an extremely long list that we're going to make sure we implement, and it will contribute to the citizen engagement. It's a wide field that actually covers everything from business continuity. It's a complete solution, if I can put it that way. Then just let me go to the IT projects. Yes, have all ICT projects. Since our approval of the documents, our project management and our business case documents, we are adhere to those policies and frameworks to make sure that projects do have and go through the whole process. ICT steering committee, executive management team, everybody is aware what the project plan entails. The ICT committee is sitting on a regular basis. There are minutes available of these meetings. The city manager is the chair of that committee. There was a question about that. What else do we have?
Chairperson, let me deal with those that might have some political connotation in them.
Thank you.
The first one has to deal with Section 139, subsection 7, A and C. Maybe I should inform the committee that it was Section 139, subsection 5 by the province first, before it could go to national. And the province failed to help the metro, and as a result, the national came in and brought in subsection 7. Both at the scale of their operation, the only best that we could reap from them was a financial recovery plan document which is guiding us today. When it comes to intervention with regard to finances, at no stage did they come in to kick in either Section 154, where it would perhaps come and look at those areas where the metro would need a tremendous assistance. At the point of inheriting the work that is there, many projects were left unfinished, many creditors were in place, and hence today our financials still suffer the issue of UIFW in the main, which we're fighting to clear, and in the main caused by, half-mast work that was left, both by the municipality, the province, and some projects that were national, and without any financial intervention. At the point when we are talking to you, some of our hope is that with the agreement that came with COCTA and Financial Department, the Department of Finance, where both the province and national would pay our monies, part of the monies that would get from the 2 billion rand that they are owing us plus would literally intervene in some of the projects that we're talking to. So yes, the province might have presented earlier on to tell you about some of the outstanding debts that we have. But I can indicate that we are at par with regard to a water board, which is a Val Centra. I do not know what report you received. We have an interaction with ESCOM. I think we owe them, but we are paying. We are
we are not held ransom by some of the debts that we have. To be honest, at some point, perhaps at a level of district development model, we'll have to deal with these issues together so that at some point when you give a report, it must be a report that's common. So we don't know what they said. I wouldn't want to dispute whatever was said before you. Safe to say, the deployees that came from both COCTA at the national level and cabinet reps left at the behest of their mother bodies. We are on our own, but the section 139, subsection 7, A and C still remains, and it's standing on our way because we cannot make other initiatives on our own because the regulation is still on our head to make a move. Hence, some of the things that may be reported as challenges are subject to some of the conditions that are dictated upon by this declaration that was made. Now, the other question that came that had a political connotation would suggest that when councillors want to make an oversight to our ICT section, there is a debar. Let me indicate, councillors and politicians must learn to follow procedure. That's all what I can say before the committee. If you follow the procedure, no one will stand before you. But the committee must also know that the attack that we suffered on the cyber attack was reported by a political party before it was even reported by the officials that were supposed to bring the problem before us to the media. And the media came with the information to us via what a particular political party had reported to the media. Now, we need to be very cautious that if a given political party's members would report to the media before proper procedures and processes are followed and still want to also go and conduct an oversight, what could it be that unless we would not be alive to the reality, because as we speak, the same attack that we are talking about is sub judice with regard to where it is, because it's in the hands of the law enforcement unit in terms of investigation. So hence we are saying, follow the procedure so that we must also be able to ensure that the law enforcement units are alive to some of the interest that some of us might be harboring. And that also speaks to the question that was saying, what does the report say? The long and short is that the matter was taken to the council, the matter was discussed, the matter was referred to the law enforcement unit. For all what we are waiting is the result that would come from the law enforcement unit. And unfortunately, they operate independently, and without which we cannot force them to give us a report. Now, going forward, Chairperson, there are certain technical questions that were asked, and in their nature, would actually deal with creating a user-friendly network. Yes, indeed, we are spread and we are a rural metro. We really recognize that with 7 towns. But the best is for us to create this infrastructure, amongst other things, is to ensure that we enhance our finances, because the monies of the metro are lying around all the 7 towns, and if our infrastructure is not up to scratch, and then we're not going to access services and also help our people immediately and also access. The municipality, by and large, is a business entity. You look at it otherwise, you would not understand it. We're in the business of collecting money and in the business of spending money in servicing the communities. If the issue of money is not involved, at the end of the day, we're not doing what we're supposed to do. So we need to make sure that when we develop systems, they reach out to communities in order for us to be able to service them, but at the same time to be able to make sure that the institution is alive and kicking. Now, the workforce, would the technology not impact on the life of the current workforce? Fortunately, let me start here. Our municipality is less than or plus less than, not 40% less in terms of its employment rate, given our financial status. We need to enhance our capacity. But we cannot do that without ensuring that our resources would actually compensate whatever we hire. Hence, you'd find in our report from time to time the issue of overtime, sometimes even abuse, but it comes as a result of shortages of staff in the main, more than any other thing. So we are not at the point where this will embellish our indulgence. But at the same time, we also need to understand that the improvement on the technology in itself and ICT, it is meant to make sure that the institution become effective enough to service, and that's where the world is migrating to. You know, the migration into ICT is something that should not leave us behind. But care will be taken that whilst doing so, we must, and I think in our report, it states that the workforce that we have must be upgraded to the level of understanding and being at par with the development that we are ensuing. Hence, that aspect would be taken into consideration. Chairperson, I think the issue on mitigating possible attack was properly handled because that in itself was a serious setback on the metro. It's a problem that I've heard is happening in other areas and other institutions, but I dare to say to the committee, it's not a very good experience. It really is a serious setback when it comes to levels of development. I don't know whether the city manager will have one or two questions that you'd like to answer that we did not deal with. Thank you, Chairperson.
I think that one of the finances is go straight to him.
Okay. No, thanks. I'm fine here, Mayor. No, I just wanted to say that all our licenses are up to date. There was a question in relation to that they wouldn't allow you to operate without licenses. Yes, the projects are on our budget, so they are funded. I might just indicate that I touched on the issue of our relationship that we are going to build or that we are in process of building with Vodacom in terms of the SMSs and other things. So we'll be communicating through that. We've just appointed companies. There is a company that deals with the security cameras, the traffic lights, but we've just appointed now the rollout of cameras, the safety related cameras. Chairperson in Mangaung, everything is stolen. So we are going to put in cameras in all critical areas of the city to ensure that not too much gets stolen. Perhaps just an emphasis on the impact of digitization on section 139. Yes, of course, I think the executive mayor touched on that. A lot of work is going to be digitized, which will affect, we have said, for instance, our security approach, we don't need to have warm bodies. I think you'll know that Mangaung has several security companies. So we'll be in the process of cutting that, and that will cut in terms of our spending. The cameras, the AI will do the work where sometimes human hand is. We are busy also just digitizing issues in relation to entrances to cities buildings. It's been manualized, but currently we are rolling out a project of ensuring that the other elements of it, the facial and the fingerprint technologies are also implemented. So we will not have warm bodies, but fortunately it will cut the security companies rather than our own personnel, because most instances it is the security companies. It's not something that is going to happen overnight, but gradually will replace human beings with technology. I think those are the time frames. I think, can I just get back to the committee with regard? I think some of them we have reflected. There is February, there is March, but where there are gaps, then we'll reflect back to the committee. Thanks, Chair.
Then thank you for the comprehensive responses you have made. I think there's one still outstanding on the side of the executive mayor of Taung Fusayan.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. In response to what Honorable Noe have just asked here, I think, Honorable Noe, the thing that the district municipality actually has become a coordinating structure. If we cannot if all your core functions, you cannot perform your all core functions with regard to the legislative prescripts, then it says you are not existing. So we cannot supply bulk water, we cannot supply bulk electricity. Then you can look at Thabo. When you look in Thabo Mofokeng, it's prone to disasters, and disaster is one of the functions, and the function is not with us. Hence, we're having the 58%, 58.3% on our salary bill, because the functions were taken, but the staff, people were left at Thabo Mofokeng. So the only thing that we are affording to do to take down that the salary bill is when we revise it all the time when we go for our budget reviews, whereby if there are any positions that we feel that they are not necessarily they are not key, then we do away with some of the positions, and then some of them maybe we find that we will maybe combine them. And then one other thing that we suffer, where we survive on partnerships as well as collaborations. That's how we manage to can bring services to our people. And now recently we have also appointed the panels that assist us in going out and source funds for the district municipality. We're only surviving on our equitable share. Re kgona ho bona hore na how do we assist in terms of our SMMEs? We ensure that on a yearly basis we do budget on that. We're looking at Thabo Mofokeng as an agricultural sector. They form part of that as well as tourism. So that is where we tap in that equitable share. We ensure that actually with regard to that, those are the things that make us visible actually in the municipality. But for now, we're having 11 million that has been allocated from the DBSA for sector plans in terms of transport sector plan, climate change, and as well as waste management. So at least there will be those plans. If we can put those plans in place, then when you go out, we'll be having proper plans, utilizing every little cent that we are having. But to be honest with you, we are just a coordinating structure. It's only that the DDM as well as the DDM1 plan. Our DD1 plan has been approved and we revise it as expected. But these panels are going also to assist us to can get funding for those projects that are in that one plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. I think that we did get comprehensive responses from the city and plus from the Mayor of Thabo Mofokeng. But I think that Mr. Ntatis, you can take solace on the fact that even the Minister of Finance confirmed the amount of money which is owed to the city of Mangaung. And then when I look at the figures there, the amount of money which was confirmed when we asked him a question in the NCOP is that you can deal away with all these problems of the backlogs. So I think that as we deal with the report, when we are going to take it back to Parliament, it must be reflected there that this issue of the arrears which are not being paid by the state entities and the government departments, it must be attended as of yesterday, because it is what is weakening our municipalities, and our municipalities are the face of service delivery. If you cannot have proper working robots in the street, if the pension cannot be paid, really is dealing with the dignity of the people. So I think that you are correct. The Minister of Finance himself confirmed that if Mangaung Ilendo Metro could be paid is due, that municipality can turn over overnight. So I think that it was good that we are here and we heard it actually confirmed what the minister said on the other side. So without further ado, I'd like to call the provincial mayor, Mr. Mkwena, to close the.
No, thank you very much. Mayors will fight you if they can hear that title, Chair. But thank you very much to Mangaung Thabo Mofokeng. I happen to be a DDM champion as well there, Chair. So I was part of the last session of the DDM where we had both the provincial and the national champions to confirm what the mayor was saying. Chair, let's start maybe with Mangaung, just to comment and confirm that of the municipalities whom after being engaged had their issues sorted in relation to the bulk service accounts, Mangaung is one of those, both in terms of ESCOM as well as the water board. So we are quite, it's one of the areas that we believe that the city or the metro has recovered. The song we used to sing was that there was a time when if you came here, basically the entire city was dirty. Today it's clean. You drive even down to the taxi rank over the weekends or at night just to see, find that it is clean. There might be one or two incidents, and we urge the leadership of the city to really continue to do the good work. They've had serious problems with sewer after being elected, to a point of finding small infants. In fact, in some of their sewer lines, but that situation is subsiding, even though it's still a challenge. And the leakages are really stabilizing. The number of areas they need to deal with on the roads, the water drainage systems, and so on. So we can urge them to continue to drive the recovery of the municipality that was almost in ruin. They are under national intervention. We will want them to come out of that intervention quickly, but we know we've got to work towards it. There are certain steps that we've got to satisfy so that we can all be sure that the municipality is on a full recovery path. We have flagged the issues that the AG raised in terms of the supply chain of Mangaung, in terms of it being uncompetitive and unfair, but mostly its impact in relation to its ability to fast-track service delivery, which we said we need to engage with them so that we look into them. We believe that as a city, there's a lot more that can be achieved with an accelerated procurement that happens within the legal frame, so as to really use the financial muscle that the metro has compared to other municipalities. And we are going down there to engage with them. It will take us really a short walk to their offices. They are also facing what I call an explosion of informal settlements. As you drive from Botshabelo to Bloemfontein, you will see the problem that we're talking about. It has posed a serious problem in terms of availability of land for settlement, but also the pressure on services. Already they've got a challenge infrastructure. We're beginning to work with them in relation to find alternative, bulk services infrastructure that can really be able to augment and stabilize them immediately, as opposed to the conventional route that will take quite a long time to deal with the challenges. The issue of the municipal debts, Chair, yes. There's quite a lot of money that is owed, and EXCO is seized with this matter, but the matter is more complex than the minister wanted it to, than the manner in which he reported it. Some of what goes into that debt, it includes what national departments owes. It's not only the provincial one. In certain instances where we share buildings with them, the complications become more worse. In other areas, it is land that belongs to national, not necessarily to ourselves. And the situation gets more complex as you go to Maluti, Pofung, and so on, and former, more of rural municipalities. And it will also include issues of billing systems, ability to accurately bill or quantify the services that are rendered. And the fact that I'm not sure if national government has got the resources to dump the 2.6 billion into our coffers to pay on our own. You pay that 2 billion, the provincial government closes shop. But at the same time, We can give me NTDC 900 million now. That does not resolve all these problems. It's actually a drop in the ocean. So the decision to pay and the culture to have user departments paying out of their own budgets, baselines, it is what the Free State Exco has taken as a decision. Currently, Public Works will consolidate and pay on behalf of all, and we're happy that there will have been several payments that are made through that consolidated intervention, but the culture to pay is now being restored, which is a problem that led us to where we are. In return, municipalities do owe us as a provincial government. They have been driven through our vehicles, and there's a couple hundred millions that they owe. And part of the measures we're looking into is a process where we can then sit down based on what each side owes to the other and say, how do we then manage this issue, including some of the properties and the land that is in the hands of the provincial government that can then be exchanged to settle some of this, because part of it or some of them are not necessarily utilized, then municipalities can find a better a better use. So it's a basket of elements that we've thrown into the picture to look into into that particular aspect. The audit outcomes, Chair, we have said that what was raised about, I think it was a Salga chair in the province, what was said about national, DCOC, exactly is what should be said about COCTA in the province, because we don't have a clean audit. And we have got the 5-item action plan. There should be 5, as recommended by the AG, which we're acting on them to try to get our books in order so that we pull a clean audit. There are a couple of historical issues that have been a problem. We said that they are resolvable. Let's work with the AG's office to make sure that COCTA does get a clean audit in the province. And we are monitoring that every 3 weeks. To make sure that there's a progress, and with the same energy that we're working with Maluti Apofung to get things right. And the Maluti Apofung approach is what will then be taken to the municipalities that finds themselves, with very serious or adverse outcomes from the AG, so that you try to need the internal capacity. Whilst they were in trouble in Maluti, the point that was raised by Lobby earlier on, they really raised a fundamental point to say, MEC, yes, you are fighting with us. We can see that you are about to take certain decisions, but here is the reality. We have paid 16 million as an example. You can't want us to go and pay 16 million and still submit the same books that are in state of shambles and not achieve anything. That will be malicious compliance. And they said, we request this route. And then we said, okay, if you request this route, go and put a plan in terms of your weekly milestones that we will monitor and show us the capacity internally to work on this issue. And they did that. And the mayor is here. So every week on Tuesday, it does not matter if we had 10 meetings. We sit, we see the progress, we see the actual evidence of the work being done. And last week, we had a set of the statements that will be submitted to Treasury for quality checks before they're submitted to the AG. So the actual work is done, except 1 or 2 issues. So that approach there is working, and surely it will have to be taken to Ngedwani, Masilo, to really force them to do what is right. But for us to get it right, we have to lead in terms of the clean audit as COCTA, and our issues are not so complex. We have raised with the HOD that, look, we've got one of the cases where we believe crime was committed against the people of the Free State, which is Maluti Apofung. That disclaimer has got a lot of elements where there's simply no records for the AG to audit. But yet a lot of money has been spent. Now, people surviving that disaster are all over. They're donned in very beautiful and expensive suits, and yet our people are living with serious difficulties there. We will want to be assisted, including by the AG, so that we can run after them. If we don't run after them, we will not stop them doing the same rot in spaces where they are. So for me, I've never seen a municipality being dismantled like that. And the progress that municipalities doing today to recover in terms of services, in terms of collection, number of issues is quite remarkable despite the challenged capacity they have at senior levels. And they've had to let go some of the people at the senior levels because they come from this era where you could not understand whether we're running a municipality or a spaza shop. Now, we are helping them in terms of the acting people in that space. We've already sent them an engineer. We will be sending them other capacities that they cannot find in the municipality to stabilize them whilst we work with them through the process in terms of the recruitment of senior managers. The Free State, I don't know other provinces because I don't live there. The adherence to the recruitment, process or plan has really been a major challenge which crippled municipalities. You have got a reluctance to adhere to the process by the elected and the appointed leadership. And there's a lot of English that has been spoken around this particular space. And somehow the law does have loopholes that does not enable us to deal with it. When I listened to honorable members questioning the team earlier on, you could see the frustration that will want to say, do this and that and that. And some of the issues are confronted with a pushback by municipalities who says, this is our space. You guys have got to support us to run our own affairs. But we know that they run their own affairs in a regulated space and things that are very clean. But if you want to hear, an elected fellow saying, therefore I thought the matter is that point, this is in our space, simply to push back so that we don't enter, even when things are getting wrong. But we're happy that we're getting tougher. And we confront some of the issues with the necessary ruthlessness because we have tried within the spirit of IGR to engage, but we are not winning. There are municipalities that have been running the process of recruitment for a period of a year. And when they bring the report, it is still a problem. So we are now going to address the full council, not only the executive mayors and the MMs, to explain where the process collapsed and what we urge them to correct so that the council can help us. Because at times when the report comes to council, the MM will have given the report to the mayor and said, no, it's clean, it's okay, we've done this recommendation appoint. When it gets to our stage, it exposes so number of things. This is despite the fact that we have trained them. It was one of the first issues we dealt with when we got into office, and then we sent people. But some of the municipalities will run away from us, go to either Salga or some fellow that they say is an authority on issues of local government. But unfortunately, when they get to us and we play our role, we realize that there are many loopholes. We are not willing to compromise, Chair, because senior managers, when you employ them today, they are permanent. The municipality is stuck with them. One of those municipalities is Mokari. I see them. Their council today got disrupted. They're trying to reconvene. If we find anything illegal in the approach, we'll once again approach the court to seek an interdict to any move that they try to take that is illegal, because we also can be reacting to things that we've got the space to stop or the legal avenues to stop them even before they happen. They had employed a fellow. They were looking for an engineer. Then they employ a fellow who has got project management qualification. Within a week, that fellow was an acting MM. We had to go there, running, remove the fellow as an acting MM, and then we said they need to nullify that appointment. They have not done it. So if they're reluctant to do it, we've got to help them using the legal instruments so that the element of consequence comes now without any negotiation. But the propensity to try to do what is wrong and illegal, it is there. We cannot avoid it. You talk about Mafube and the thing, Masilonian and the things that are going on there, it's a bigger problem. We are also engaging SAMU and IMATU as critical stakeholders in the space of local government, because once relations are stabilized between councils and unions that are playing there, you find that things are getting much more better quickly. But when there are problems, it's very difficult to pull a municipality out of a particular challenge. So there was reference to Masilonyana. I've said that we're taking Masilonyana and Nketwani. We're going to place them under 139 and we'll do so under tightened terms of reference. We made a mistake to take a EXCO lead to Nala, but we removed the clause where all the decisions must be ratified with the EXCO rep, and we made a mistake. We have now since corrected that in an EXCO that said about a week or 2 weeks ago, whereby we tightened these things and all the interventions that were taken forward, we'll have to do so because in an instance where you find there's a potential or a suspected wrongdoing, you find the connivance between the elected as well as the appointed leadership to frustrate certain processes. One of the simplest one was to get the disciplinary processes against the MM and the CFO to be triggered at the level of council. You find councillors playing a role to frustrate that particular aspect. And the lead exco becoming frustrated and being caught in a number of things. This was done in Maludia Pofu, when the EXCO rep was there, and there were certain appointments and decisions that were made that were not ratified with him. The matter was tested even up to the Concord, which even went further to nullify the appointments of both the MM and the CFO. And they still owe that municipality. They need to compensate for the money that they've paid for themselves, including for anything that the court has stipulated. So we will be taking this particular route, Chair, quite cognizant of the fact that we do have got challenges, but we want to remove these problems because they overshadow what I said is a good work that municipalities are doing. And we have got to implement what we were directed to do, to communicate the good work that municipalities are doing, coupled with the responsibility of both the private sector and the communities to pay for their services that are rendered. And if we don't really do enough to indicate what is being done, you will not be able to mobilize any increase in terms of the revenue collected by the municipalities, including addressing the capacity in terms of revenue collection in municipalities like Machabi. That's a big problem that they have from any other thing else. And you see them, they are not dealing with it. They think it's only what they can collect or as they so argue. But when you go through the financial recovery plan is now placed in council, which came as part of the court order, it explains and exposes that there will have been serious issues that in terms of controls, in terms of the necessary systems that are not put in place in that municipality. And we have got no difficulty with that because it enabled us to really get into the space and do what ought to be done to turn it around. And with the full buy-in, we should then be able to get it right. But if there's a reluctance, we'll use every piece of law resource to make sure that we force the intervention to happen. And we will wish that as the committee comes through to Free State, you will love it when you go into the kitchen where it is boiling, so that yourselves and us can get in there in the interest of our people to resolve our problems. One thing that members here, as my last point, are reluctant to say is what we are commonly referring to as the invincible hand. Politically, it's quite difficult to get into the space of local government to intervene in their problems. And it's precisely because of politics. Parties that are running these municipalities are mounting a massive resistance because in their understanding, it's a small, space there that they need to be running without any intervention. And it cuts across all political parties. And we have got to make sure that from time to time, we allow the interest of our people, the law, the constitutional obligations of these institutions to reign supreme, as opposed to narrow party political interest that at times will hurt all of us across the parties that we have. So on those few comments, Chairperson, thank you very much. I think we've been able to account as required by the committee. And when there are gaps, we will, as always, be willing to even do written submissions to the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable MEC, for the comprehensive input you've just made. And then team delegates of the Free State, I think you can see that the Free State is at work. I don't know Honorable Nuet, want to say anything about the work which you have seen today and heard about before we close?
Chairperson, thank you very much. Really, I will not say much. I will just cut through. It's bad outside here, and we are still gonna drive to Clarence. Chair, I noted few points as you asked me, just to appreciate this engagement. I want to believe that this engagement was necessary because if we don't have such engagements, then we will not know what the right hand is doing and what the left hand is doing. And what is it that all of us is confronting us, and what is it that we need to do in responding to that situation? Firstly, Chair, let me also clarify this one for the purpose of when the complete his report, he will not know which committee he refers to that he met today, unless we clarify it. The team that is meeting with the MEC and everybody else present here, it's members of the provincial legislature of the Free State who have been deployed to the National Council of Provinces as permanent delegates. So we are 6 in number, excluding or except Mayor, the whip, who is not with us today, Mayor Dlamini. It was indicated earlier on that she is in Brazil. So we are 6 of us. So we have been deployed there to represent our province, which then means whatever we are doing there, we are not representing our jackets. We are representing the province. And we cannot be able to do so unless we have this kind of interactions, where we then able to receive information which is true, so that when we go back and do our work in Cape Town, we don't thumbsuck information about issues that are happening in the province. We can then make such representation out of the information that has been provided to us in such meetings. And Chair, I want to believe that reflecting on these matters, it has actually helped us, and it will continue helping us to make us better, so that tomorrow we are better than yesterday. And one thing that it's a take-home, Chair, is the leadership that is provided by the MEC, as he had displayed today, with all of us having listened to the presentations and in his closing remarks. It is clear that the MEC is hands-on, and it is clear that everyone else in this sphere of government in the province, we are all challenged with the issues that have been reported here today. And MEC, in his closing remarks, which I want to end with, he clearly invites all of us into the kitchen. And MEC, I can definitely assure you that as this team, as we engage in Cape Town and always reflecting on matters that are affecting the province, we get concerned when the things are said about our province, and some of the time we are not even aware. So we will appreciate that beyond this kind of interaction, we shouldn't wait for Provincial Week. We should have a way of continuously updating one another about matters that affect the province, so that we can be able to make a correct or appropriate representation. And we will respond accordingly into the kitchen and join you to make sure that we join hands to confront these issues. Lastly, as the MEC said, that we drive and we walk with our eyes open. Executive Mayor and the as I drove in Bloemfontein yesterday night, next to Tiger Wheels and SARS, it's not a pothole, it's a sink. If you can please go and check there, anyone who may close his or her eyes driving there and not knowing and fall into that ditch, it can cause an accident. Therefore, Chairperson, thank you very much for having driven this meeting from beginning up to the end, and without really listing everyone else who was in attendance today and the role all of us we played. I feel that we have been able to achieve our goal, and we can only build on the foundation that we laid today to make the future better for all of us. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Nue. You have said a mouthful on behalf of us. So the meeting is officially adjourned now. Baya danki, ke a leboga, ngiyabonga, enkosi.